Madam Speaker, I think it will take us another 10 minutes to get somebody, the chairperson. They were finalizing the committee reports, signing up. So we rather request another 10 minutes to get the chairperson and the committees ready.
Can we have the move of the motion for upload, urging government to strengthen the efforts to prevent, control, and eliminate transmission of malaria? Is the seconder here? Hello? Ethel, do you have the copy?
Madam Speaker, I request we be excused just for 5 minutes because we are done everything. They should be uploading right now. We request
That's which committee?
But it's ready. Everything is ready.
Which committee is that?
Public Service and Local Government. It's ready,
Okay.
but we request for some few minutes for the chair to arrive here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, as we wait for the committees to upload their reports.
Honourable members, the malaria report is on. The shadow is going to move the motion.
Yes, Chair, I just wanted to raise a matter that I raised about a week or 2 weeks ago regarding the funding to the local government. The presiding officer then, the Honourable Thomas Tayebwa, directed the Committee on National Economy to expeditiously handle this matter and report back to the House, because as we speak now, we are getting to the final tail end of the financial year, and the new town councils and new sub-counties have not received funding. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I just wanted to raise this to find out when we shall be considering this report on the national economy regarding the funding for these town councils and sub-counties. Thank you, Right Honourable Chair.
We had a discussion with the national economy on the domestic borrowing, and looking at the timing now, vis-a-vis the amount that is required, and you find most of these institutions had already been paid. So we are going to take an administrative decision on that, and these people will be paid very soon. You cannot start giving out supplementary when you're already on the budgeting process. It's not proper. But we are going to make sure that those people are paid. By Monday, we will have a solution to that.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Maybe we shall wait for the committee to come and report, because I think it was the minister who laid that request here, and the committee has to report on that specific matter. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Okay. Honourable Batua.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this is the World Malaria Month, and I rise as the Honourable Member for Jinja West Constituency, as the Shadow Minister of Health, and as the Chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Malaria and Neglected Tropical Diseases, to move a motion for a reason to prevent, control, and eliminate transmission of malaria in Uganda. This is moved under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of this Parliament. Whereas the objective of the national objectives and directive principles of state policy of the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda enjoins the state to take all practical measures to ensure the provision of basic medical services to the population, and whereas the World Health Organization, to which Uganda is a member, instituted the World Malaria Day, commemorated on the 25th day of April every year, with the objective of highlighting the need for continued investment and sustained political commitment for malaria prevention and control, noting that this year's commemoration of the World Malaria Day will be marked under the theme, Harness Innovation to Reduce Malaria Disease and Burden and Save Lives. Aware that Uganda has one of the highest global cases of malaria and is ranked 4th in the African region, with over 90% of the population at risk, especially children and pregnant mothers, concerned that malaria is responsible for over 30% of the total outpatient visits and 15 to 20% of all hospital admissions, with a total of 20.4 million cases and a death toll of 30,900 in 2020 alone, including over 70,000 to 100,000 children under 5 years annually. Further concerned that malaria causes an average annual economic loss of over $500 million US, with malaria-related expenses accounting to about 34% of the total expenditure of the poorest section of the population of this country. Appreciating the efforts taken by government in the fight against malaria, including the formulation of the National Malaria Control Policy 2021 and the third Uganda National Malaria Control Program Strategic Plan, the 2020 Abuja Declaration, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in particular. Goal 3 is good health and well-being, with goal targets including ending malaria epidemic by 2030. Acknowledging that the interventions aim at ensuring early diagnosis and prompt effective treatment of malaria, subjection of all suspected malaria cases to parasitological testing, ensuring that malaria is no longer a major cause of illness and death in Uganda, universal access to malaria prevention and treatment, and reduced mortality rate for children under 5 years of age and pregnant mothers. Recognizing that Uganda's commitment and interventions towards the elimination of malaria by 2030 require adequate financing and a coordinated multi-sectoral approach and strengthening of community-based engagements, awareness and participation, we now therefore be resolved by Parliament as follows. 1. Parliament urges government to increase the health sector budget for the prevention, control, and elimination of malaria in a predictable manner over the medium term. 2. Parliament tracks all malaria support and presidential pledges for malaria control in Uganda. 3. Government, through the Ministry of Health, adopts and spearheads a clear, multi-sectoral and relevant stakeholder coordinated mechanism to fight against malaria in Uganda. 4. Government scales up malaria preventive programs and innovations, including promotion of awareness among the malaria-burdened areas. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move this motion.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batua. Is the motion seconded? Seconded by the whole House. I can see Mitoma, Chukweni, Bugiri, John, Alan, Esther, Helen. Seconded by the whole House, Achayo, Wopa. Serere. Would you love to speak to your motion? Just briefly.
Okay.
Because we have 2 reports to dispose of now.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable ladies and honorable gentlemen, the disease we are talking about is of great interest internationally, but it burdens us in Uganda most unless we come together as Parliament, because we are endowed by our Constitution with the mandates that can actually help us fight the disease in appropriating money, in making laws and policies that can actually help in fighting this disease, because we have stakeholders who have made effort to see to it that malaria ends, and in representing our constituencies to ensure that there is good access to treatment and that government delivers treatment. However, I attract your attention to the delivery of malaria treatment, the policy in delivering malaria treatment. It is important to note that malaria treatment has been subsidized. The most common treatment known to all Ugandans is a drug called Coartem, which now, because of the subsidy, costs about 2,000 shillings to 3,000. But this is a drug that should ideally be in the range of 50,000. And had that been the case, very many people would have died. But even when that is the case, when there is that subsidy, we are still using Ugandans in big numbers. Over 10 die due to malaria daily. And as I've spoken for the time I've been speaking, Uganda has lost about 3, if you're to make some divisions, due to malaria. And the vulnerable ones are the pregnant mothers who are about to give birth, and the children, especially those under the age of 5. I wish we revise this policy to also subsidize the drugs that are used in emergency care. Malaria is a peculiar disease. When it is severe, the patient vomits. The drugs that are subsidized are in tablet form, are in syrup form. They are taken orally. Those are the drugs that are subsidized. So, when a patient is severe and is vomiting, he needs drugs that are taken through other routes, either through injection or what you call the IV, intravenous. Now, the drugs that are used that way are not subsidized. They are still very expensive. Could that be the case? Could that be the reason why Ugandans and Africans are continuing to die regardless of the subsidy established at these drugs which address the mild cases? So equally important is to subsidize the treatment that is used on severe cases. We need to appreciate the stakeholders. They are coming up with different approaches. There is use of the mosquito net that government is distributing, which is a very beautiful thing. However, it has some shortfalls. In a family of 8, 10, or 12, they will distribute 2 nets. So there will only be 2 family members who will enjoy the privilege of sleeping under a net. So it hasn't been effective, and maybe that's why that very good government effort has not translated into seeing these values coming down. So we need to think beyond the nets. The spraying has been done, and it continues to be done, but it lacks budgetary support, enough money to buy insecticides that are recommended to do it at a large scale. Technology has come in, and I'm not shy to share with you that there are people, scientists, who are researching, who are doing the gene drive technology, because science has informed us that it's the female mosquito that transmits malaria. Logic informs us that if these female mosquitoes reduce in number, then the transmission will ultimately reduce. So the gene drive technology, which you would call genetic engineering, the same technology used to make vaccines that save our lives, the same technology used to make so many medical innovations that are now accepted, that very technology is also now being put in intervening malaria, by way of coming up with a population of largely male mosquitoes, since they do not spread malaria. So if it's done, and if we have a common approach as East Africa, since mosquitoes do not need passports to cross from Uganda to Kenya, Kenya to Tanzania, if we do good in Uganda and our neighbors are not doing so well at the same intervention level, then we shall be doing nothing. So for that, as UPFM, we've met with our counterparts in Tanzania. They're called the TAPAMA. These are parliamentarians who have also mobilized themselves into a forum like us to do over and above the parliamentary work, but to do over and above this malaria fight. So we need to integrate with other parliamentary forums so that we form one East African forum, and interventions that are acceptable in Tanzania, we accept them in Uganda. Those ones that are acceptable in Uganda are accepted elsewhere, so that we have a common approach against malaria. One last thing that I should leave behind is that the fight against malaria is really very, very important. We have a very big population that lives on $1, which the population we call the poor. There are so many, and those people, when their breadwinner is sick, many of the family members are deprived of a meal. And when that breadwinner dies, those people are left as destitutes. I want to tell you that many Ugandans are just one sickness away from destitution. So malaria being one of the big diseases that are burdening us, I implore you at this time to see to it. It's very strategic for us that we are in the budgeting process, to see to it that we allocate money to malaria. President Museveni committed himself that he will fund the malaria fund, and that money will be put there to enable the fight and elimination of malaria. We should keep committing to this, and we should see that government commits to what the president committed to. But we thank him for that kind of commitment, and we ask the government to implement. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Members, this is a malaria week, and it's about fight against malaria. We tend to forget about malaria and think about other sicknesses, and yet malaria is really real. We need to have the preventive programs, the awareness about malaria, because people tend to forget that it doesn't exist. We need to have preventive drugs and then mosquito nets that can be able to protect our people. But in most cases, you find even when government tries its best to get the drugs, the mosquito nets, they end up in the wrong hands. Some people end up taking them and doing other things, using it for fishing or selling it to other areas, which really demoralizes government. Yes, I will allow. Yes, Linda.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I'm Irene Linda, Woman MP for Tupoto. Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion and specifically urging government to increase the budget of Health Department, more especially us as members of Parliament. And it's good time this motion is coming when we're in the budgeting cycle. Yes. Right Honorable Speaker, last month I was carrying out the oversight role. I went to 3 health centers, and almost all the statistics were showing that malaria cases were very high. Out of the 10 patients that were coming to the health centers, all of them had malaria. Madam Speaker, my prayer would be that we increase the budget so that the health centers, more especially at Health Center 2, where most of the people go for treatment, and Health Center 3 are able to receive enough funds so that they can get drugs that can take them at least like for a month, because they were telling us that the allocation they get cannot even help them run a health center for 1 month. Madam Speaker, I pray that honorable members stand with me and we increase the budget for the health sector. Thank you.
Taka.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do support this motion.
Have you become Taka?
Oh, I had Sarah.
Taka, Agnes.
Thank you.
For you, you're Whopper. Agnes, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the motion that indeed government scales up the preventive programs and innovation programs to end malaria in the country. Madam Speaker and members, as we realize, there are a number of interventions that government has really done to ensure that we end malaria, but the numbers keep on increasing day by day. The malaria reduction strategic plan targeted in the period between 2014 and 2020. The target was to end malaria and have less than 1% of anybody dying of malaria. But right now, as you realize, we are the 4th in Africa on the number of people who die of malaria. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I call on government to invest and rethink and research about how best we can end malaria. A lot of innovations are coming up, immunization, issues to do with immunization. We have done the residual spray, we have given out mosquito nets, but in my view, Right Honorable and members, I think this is not sustainable because the mosquito nets get old. We have seen pictures of mosquito nets displayed covering chicken. So there is a lot that needs to be done on publicizing about malaria. Much as it is the highest killer disease, it hasn't been given enough publication. We got COVID-19, but within a few months, everybody, even in the deepest village of this country, knew that COVID had arrived. And much as they didn't put on masks, some of them, they actually knew that they were supposed to put on masks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Richard, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to join other members to congratulate you upon achieving the 3rd highest position in this country. Madam Speaker, I support the motion, but also I want to inquire from Dr. Batua, because he said science has proved that it is the female mosquitoes, yes, which are actually dangerous. And I wanted, Madam Speaker, to inquire whether the males are okay to stay with. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I have seen nets being given to the people, but also I have seen those nets being used on weddings. When a woman is coming, he comes with a mosquito net and enters for...
No, that is an abuse to women.
No, I'm telling you,
No.
Madam Speaker.
Those are not the nets the women use during wedding.
That is not what I wanted to say.
I am even surprised that you're wedded. Is that what your wife used?
I withdraw the statement, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
But Madam Speaker, I wanted, yes, they didn't allow me to finish. Madam Speaker, the spray would actually help more than the nets, because the spraying goes to the bleeding places where the mosquitoes come from.
Thank you.
If the local governments are given more money to buy the sprayers, I think it could help to actually wipe out the female mosquitoes. I thank you.
A mosquito is a mosquito, whether female or male.
But she said female.
Sarah, Santa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do support this motion. And from statistics, Right Honorable Speaker, actually malaria kills more than any other disease in the country. And from the WHO 2020 report, It's said that close to 30,000 people die of malaria annually, or died of malaria in this country. And Right Honorable Speaker, efforts have been made by the ministry to try and sensitize the public about malaria. It's not true that nothing has been done. I was in the health sector, and we always carried out drives, especially when we had mosquito nets. The challenge is that there is limited funding for the interventions to deal with malaria in this country. And much of the funding is actually from the donors, the Global Fund and others in the fight against malaria. The indoor residual spraying, which was being done in about 14 districts where malaria prevalence was highest, was actually also funded. We actually need concerted efforts, but also funding from government to deal with other interventions. It's not only the mosquito nets. The mosquito nets alone could not help us reduce the incidence of malaria in this country. And the incidence dropped because of the indoor residual spraying that was major in the eastern districts and part of the northern. And Right Honorable Speaker, that intervention was fairly successful because the hospitals were seeing about 4 or 3 patients in a day. But as we speak now, you find close to 25% of those that go for the outpatient are actually as a result of malaria. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we need funding from the government, but the larviciding program that would actually kill the larvae at the water sources has never been funded. And yet that would help us reduce on the mosquitoes that get into our houses. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to support government as we're appropriating funds. Let us focus on this killer disease. In addition to the road accidents, malaria and road accidents in this country are claiming the lives of Ugandans. Right Honorable Speaker, just over the Easter period, we lost about 59 people, just 3 days. You can imagine. And on road accidents which are actually preventable. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I support the motion, and I hope that this Parliament, at an appropriate time, can be able to prioritize and allocate the necessary resources to deal with malaria. Thank you.
Thank you, Santa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the statistic given by the mover of the motion, it's really not impressive at all, and it's not acceptable. Madam Speaker, we are talking of 30% of the total outpatient visits, and 15 to 30% and 20% of hospital admissions. Madam Speaker, we have many diseases, and if malaria alone takes this number, that means that we have a lot of work to do. Madam Speaker, there is a mismatch between the drugs given for the treatment of malaria and also the number of the patients. In many of our health centers and hospitals, the drugs come and within 2 or 3 days, they are done. So I would like to call upon the Ministry of Health to make sure that the data that they use for bringing or for supplying the drugs or the commodities is the data that they get from the district. Secondly, Madam Speaker, we have been having indoor residual spraying in some of our districts. And Madam Speaker, it has done wonders to us. So I would like to urge that this one is scaled up so that areas which are so much affected by malaria, at least they are catered for. Then finally, Madam Speaker, I've been seeing VHTs managing malaria, more especially on the ages between 5 downwards. I would like to ask the Minister in charge of health whether it's possible for this to be scaled up so that they also manage people from above 5, so that we reduce on the distance that is walked to seek the health treatment and the drugs that are found in health center 3s, which are normally quite a distance in some of the areas in the communities. Madam Speaker, I want to support and urge that we need budget.
We need money to the Ministry of Health, but specifically for malaria. I beg to submit.
Apollo Fred. Members, we are going to limit a debate on this report. It is a fact that we need funding for malaria. We'll hear from the minister what plans they have for this, and then we go back to our ministerial statements. You know, we have the timeline. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the motion. And Madam Speaker, in the 10th Parliament, several issues or concerns were raised on the underfunding of malaria. These were obviously raised as matters of national interest, petitions, and so forth. Madam Speaker, this really should be a call for action to increase the allocation of malaria funding on the national budget and explore sustainable financing mechanisms on malaria intervention. Madam Speaker, collectively, we must really renew our public interest and political investment in malaria elimination by the year 2030. Madam Speaker, at the launch of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Malaria, and that was in 2018, His Excellency the President pledged 330 billion to establish a presidential malaria trust fund aimed at mobilizing financing from the private and public sector. Given that, Madam Speaker, donor funding has greatly declined, and indeed 90% of malaria financing comes from donors. Madam Speaker, His Excellency repeated this pledge in London at the Commonwealth Summit. Therefore, Madam Speaker, there's an urgent need for us as members of Parliament to fast-track the malaria control bill with a chapter establishing a fund to be known as the Presidential Malaria Trust Fund Uganda, whose main objective will be to secure a predictable and sustainable means of procuring goods and services for malaria prevention, testing, and treatment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Members, kindly allow me to let you talk in the next submissions. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to congratulate you upon attaining that highest chair. Since this is my first time, and being my twin sister, I thank God for that chair, and I wish you the best. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the mover of this motion, and I want to appreciate the honorable members' concerns and recommendations as have been raised on this floor. I only want to say that the issue of malaria burden is not only in this country. Last week, Right Honorable Speaker, I had an opportunity to represent this country where we had to launch the cross-border Great Lakes Malaria Initiative in the county of Busia in Kenya. And we are 6 members, country state members from the Great Lakes region. And indeed, we appreciated that it's together as an East African community region that we can fight if we are to manage to control and ensure that will reduce the burden of malaria in our region. And we came up to say that this center shall be for purposely monitoring data collection, awareness, and with our East African Regional Supportive Council that all the regions have to ensure that we agree to what we have put in place, especially mobilization of funds, sensitization and awareness, use of mosquitoes and spraying, as have been said, and putting into effect mechanisms that should be preventive. As concerns the issues that have been raised, I want to say that I'm supportive of the motion and supportive of the members' concerns that this sector needs more funding, and if we are to do anything in the health sector, we must walk the talk together. This is a sector where we have to be together, to join hands together, to prevent all these diseases. But there are two other issues which are more technical, and I want, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, to ask my senior, the doctor, to come and take charge of that section. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Senga.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me also to add my voice to congratulate you upon your ascension to that high seat. We are proud of you. And also to thank my sister for allowing me to speak. She's in charge of the East African region. So she was talking about the initiatives that we are carrying out as the East part of the East African community. Right Honorable Speaker, it is true the burden of malaria in Uganda is high, and I want to support the mover of the motion and also to appreciate the support that we get from Parliament regarding malaria. But we have come a long way from a high prevalence of 42% in 2009 down to 9.2%. That means the country has done an enormous job, and we really need to appreciate that. Right Honorable Speaker, there are many interventions that are being carried out. Unfortunately, many of them cannot be carried out to scale. And one of them is the indoor residual spraying, which is extremely expensive. It has to be done every year. You can't stop it. In some of the areas where we tried to stop because of lack of resources, the malaria epidemic went up. So we have never brought it to scale. The other one which we have not brought to scale is the areas, and it is being funded by the government of Uganda. We have tried to bring the distribution of mosquito nets to scale, and also the test and treat. Right Honorable Speaker, the budget for malaria is heavily donor supported. Allow me to inform you that we spend approximately $120 million on malaria annually, and it is majorly donor supported. Through government of Uganda, we get about 13 billion, 10 of which is for medicines, 2 is for larviciding, and 1 billion for various interventions. However, I would also want to share with you what the Ministry of Health has been doing. First of all, allow me to thank members of Parliament for the MAM initiative, Mass Action Against Malaria. And I do hope that it is going on, because we had requested members to take it upon themselves to reduce malaria in their constituencies, talk about it, and about the preventive measures. We have also gone into partnerships with the private sector and the Rotary Club through Malaria Free Uganda, and they have been reaching out to banks and other private sector people to manage to mobilize $100,000 US for malaria to support various interventions. The Global Fund is our highest contributor for malaria, together with President's Malaria Initiative of the US government through USAID that supports the indoor residual spraying and other activities. However, Right Honorable Speaker, we are on the verge of introducing the malaria vaccine. Many of you are aware that scientists have been studying the malaria vaccine, and research has been carried out on the vaccine. We are now ready for implementation. So we have received offers from Gavi to apply, and we are in the process of applying. The vaccine introduction may take place at the end of next year, majorly for children. It is not 100% effective. It is about 50% effective, but it is good enough for us if it can bring the burden of malaria down. So allow me to appreciate the members, and the fight against malaria continues because it still remains #1 killer. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Doctor, for that. And government, we ask you to continue supporting the Ugandans on fight against malaria, and members of parliament speak about malaria, create awareness about malaria to the locals so that we can be able to fight malaria together. And once we work together with the government, then we can be able to curb this killer disease. I now put a question that the motion on resolution of Parliament urging government to strengthen the efforts to prevent, control and eliminate transmission of malaria in Uganda be adopted by this Honorable House. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Nzima.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Public Service and Local Government on the Ministerial Policy Statements and Budget Estimates for the financial year 2022.
Please give us a summary of your report.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, allow me to lay a copy of the report and minutes of the meetings we held with the various entities on floor of Parliament. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the report is uploaded, so I'm not going to read the whole thing. I have summarized the version, and that's what I'm going to read. Report of the Parliamentary Sector Committee on Public Service and Local Government on the sector ministerial policy statements and budget estimates for financial year 2022 and 2023. Right Honorable Speaker, the report covers vote 11, that's Ministry of Local Government, vote 147, Local Government Finance Commission, vote 500, that's from 601 to 950 local governments, vote 005, Ministry of Public Service, vote 146, Public Service Commission. Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Article 90 and 155, subsection 4 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, section 13 of the, and also section 14 of the Public Finance Management Act 215 and the Rule 189 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, parliamentary secretary committees are mandated, among other things, to examine and comment on policy matters affecting ministries and departments under their jurisdiction, and examine critical government recurrent and capital budget estimates for general debate in the House.
monitor government compliance with the approved plans and programs. Pursuant to the above mandate, the ministerial policy statements were laid on floor of Parliament on 19th March 2022. Consequently, the Right Honourable Speaker referred these statements to the respective committees for scrutiny. The Committee on Public Service and Local Government therefore presents its report in respect to the ministerial policy statement and budgetary provisions for financial year 2022-2023 for consideration and adoption. Right Honourable Speaker, the methodology adopted, the committee analyzed the ministerial policy statement for the local government sector and public service. The committee also reviewed related electronic materials from the Ministry of Local Government Finance Commission, Ministry of Public Service, and the Public Service Commission, the SODA Minister for Local Government, Uganda Local Government Association, and the Urban Authority Association of Uganda. In addition, the committee reviewed and analyzed the following documents: alternative policy statements of the SADO Minister of Local Government, previous reports of the Committee on Ministerial Policy Statements for the financial year 2019-2020 and 2021-2022. Relevant literature including National Development Plan 3, Uganda Vision 40, recommendations on the ministerial policy statements for the last 3 financial years that include financial year 2018-2019, 2019-2020, and 2020-2021, and the National Budget Frame Paper for the financial year 2021, 2022, and financial year 2022-2023, and the Auditor General's report of the sectors herein. Other sections talk about the compliance with laws. Right now, Speaker, I beg to leave those out since they are clearly written. Members can read those. So let's go to observations. Committee observations. Members, you can follow it from there, but let me read it from the summarized version. Vote 11, that's Ministry of Local Government and Local Governments. Observation and recommendation: operationalization of the newly created sub-counties and town councils. Right, Honourable Speaker, 29.3 billion was provided for through supplementary, but up to now this money has not reached local governments. The committee recommended that this money be availed to the local governments to ensure service delivery. B is a review of the Local Government Act and Public Finance Management Act. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Local Government fast track the review of the Local Government Regulatory Framework in line with the Public Finance Management Act 2015 to help improve service delivery to all citizens, after which it can embark on the revision under the Local Government Financial and Accounting Regulations. C, critical staffing posts in local government. Right, Honourable Speaker, heads of department which are not filled in local governments require 7.9 billion. Sub-county chiefs and town clerks require 17 billion 602. Parish chiefs require 2.69 billion. Recommendation: the committee recommends that 52.2 billion be provided for recruitment of the critical posts. Induction: E is induction of councillors. The committee recommends that government provides 15 billion for the induction of the councillors to enhance performance, the performance of the councillors and also ensure that there is effective service delivery. The Ministry of Local Government puts in place systematic arrangements for both the political leaders and technical officials from the onset through understanding their respective mandate, roles, and responsibilities on the type of institutions be served. The Ministry of Local Government established a strong partnership with the Institute of Parliamentary Studies, as this will be a key factor in propelling the initiative to more firm and sustainable foundations. Transport for city, municipality leaders, agricultural extension staff at sub-counties and parish chiefs. That requires 6.4 billion, and also for 176 accounting officers. So the committee recommends that this money be provided to avail transport means to those categories. The parish development model rollout, the committee observed that ceiling 72.8 billion is required to facilitate the respective levels from central government up to parish levels to enhance and observes that the parish development model performs to the expectation of government. Inadequate local government financing. Honorable Speaker, if all the monies which are retained in the central ministry, departments and agencies for projects were sent directly to local governments, the expectations is that the local governments will have above 38% of the share of the national budget. But because much of these monies are retained, it appears that local governments do not have money just because their mandate is being carried by these central ministries. So the committee recommends that funds meant for decentralized services should be sent to these respective local governments. Governments will also maintain the discretionary development equalization grant. This was meant to bridge the gap between districts that are fair and those which are doing badly. But once it was scrapped, when it was scrapped off, this has left those other categories of districts with a very huge gap to be bridged. So the committee recommends that this money be maintained as it was. Delayed disbursement of funds to local governments. The committee recommends that local governments will ensure timely sending of monies to, Ministry of Finance will ensure timely sending of monies to local governments, because sometimes some of these monies go a week to the end of the financial year, and it is one of the reasons as to why local governments send back a lot of money. And functional local government accountability structures. Honorable Speaker, the committee recommend on that the Ministry of Local Government should strengthen accountability and oversight at the local government level for improved service delivery. There is need to ensure appropriate budgeting and adequate budget allocations to the functioning of local government park to ensure that it can be able to meet regularly and conduct public hearings, investigations and field verifications where necessary. Unapproved district K is unapproved district development plans. The committee recommends that Ministry of Local Government should ensure all local governments submit their development plans as required by the law. Vote 147, Local Government Finance Commission. The budget gap they require there is 4.1 billion. We also recommend that this be availed to the Local Government Finance Commission. Vote 005, Minister of Public Service. Item number 1 is pension irregularities. Right, Honourable Speaker, money sent for pension is not adequate enough. This causes a lot of irregularities. The committee recommends that the Minister of Public Service, together with the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, should provide adequate budgetary provisions to cover the deficits of pension and pay retirement benefits of those set to retire in the financial year 2022-2023. B, the Minister of Public Service should extract the list of all the retirees per vote and monitor their time access to the payroll from time to time. I is delayed the rationalization of government agencies. Committee recommends the government should fast track the mergers, mainstreaming and transfer of the government agencies and present a report to Parliament. Next is salary disparities between the scientists. Next is salary disparities between the scientists. Whereas government has enhanced the salaries of scientists, there is a lot of disparities between the medical officers and the lower health workers. The committee recommends that the same percentage increment for medical officers should apply to the lower cadres. Vote 146 is Public Service Commission. Item number 1, there is non-functionality of district stock city service commissions. The committee recommends that Public Service Commission should work with the Ministry of Local Government to ensure that all the district service commissions, stock city service commissions are fully constituted, keeping in line with their mandate enshrined under Section 54 of the Local Government Act. Next is capacity gaps at the district service commissions. The committee recommends that the commission should ensure centralization and standardization of retainer fees for the district service commission members and have their pay enhanced. Right, Honorable Speaker, this takes us to the overall budget of the sectors. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the budget estimates for the financial year 2022-2023 for the respective votes under the Committee on Public Service and Local Government are as follows. Vote 005. In the main report, it is on page 44. Vote 005, Minister of Public Service. Recurrent budget is 23,732,065. Development is 2,947,655, totaling to 26,679,720. Minister of Local Government, recurrent budget is 31,060,839. Development is 99,647,168, totaling to 130,708,007. Public Service Commission, recurrent budget is 9,047,194. Development is 280,533, totaling to 10,323,727. Local Government Finance Commission, the recurrent budget is 4,929,795. Development is 94,200,000, totaling to 5,019,995. Local governments have 3,713,597,556. Development is 912,708,303, totaling to 4,626,379,865. The total for the sector recurrent budget is 3,782,363,448. Development is 1,016,751,863, totaling to 4,799,1 115,315,000. Right Honorable Speaker and honourable members, I beg to submit and pray that the report on the Committee of Public Service and Local Government be approved by the House. I beg to submit, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chairman. And as you're aware, this committee is more of a backbone for service delivery in this country. And it is critical that we really look at what is in this sector and ensure that it is funded for our people to be served appropriately. Shadow?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the matters we've raised in this very report are very key, and I request that the Budget Committee takes them so seriously so that we can have service delivery in local governments. That aside, Madam Speaker, I request really this House to intervene in matters of harmonizing the Public Finance Management Act, which is contravening the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. And this is a law that came in force, that came in effect in 2015, and yet the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda is overall. When we consider Article 191 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda over the powers to levy and appropriate taxes, we are having part 1, that local governments shall have power to levy, charge, collect and appropriate fees and taxes in accordance with any law enacted by Parliament by virtue of Article 152 of this Constitution. The law is very clear of the Local Government Act that was enacted to ensure that all local governments in this country have got those powers that are able to appropriate, that are able to levy, and ensure that local governments are really self-sustaining in one or the other. But where finance, and we really want up to this day, where the technocrats advised the ministers in the finance ministry to come up with a law that contravenes the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. And today, they are making Ugandans suffer because even garbage cannot be collected because you are awaiting a certain key to be pressed at the Ministry of Finance. Madam Speaker, some time back we really, the House here, we resolved that let that matter be resolved, and we decided. But up to this day, it's very unfortunate that even the Finance Ministry has not yet come back to the floor here to explain why it has not reversed the directive which it passed to the accounting officers, and it's contravening this Constitution. I'm asking you, Madam Minister, through your chair, you prevail over Finance Ministry, because we've called it many times. It doesn't come to our committee, and yet it's contravening the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. I beg this.
Which section of the Public Finance Management Act contravenes the Constitution?
We are looking at section 36 of the Public Finance Management Act, that is even curtailing the powers of the local governments to borrow and contradicting section 84 of the Local Government Act, which is mandatory. So as a recommendation in this report, we've asked that time be taken to harmonize, and it's the Public Finance Management Act that needs to be looked at because it's taking over powers. I beg to submit, Madam Speaker.
Some clarification.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to begin by congratulating you upon being elected by this Parliament to be the Speaker of the Parliament. And as local government, we'll be very happy to continue working with you, Right Honorable. Allow me also to thank the chair of the committee and the members of the committee for a good report. It's a fair report. They've done it quite well. And we are generally satisfied with their recommendations, with just a few comments that I'll make as an exception. Allow me also for record to thank the Shadow Minister of Local Government, the Honorable Naliuma, for a good job done, and for the way you've explained the challenges we are having as local government in terms of inconsistencies in the financing laws. And I'll explain that in addition to what she has said. But first, the recommendation on operationalization of new sub-counties and town councils. Right Honorable Speaker, you've already guided on this earlier, and we hope that by Monday, the Minister of Finance will come out very clearly on the amount being released in this quarter, which was approved by Parliament as a supplementary budget for the new sub-counties and town councils. On the inconsistency between the Public Finance Management Act and the Local Government Act, I'd like to thank the Shadow Minister because she has captured it very well. The committee's recommendation is that the Minister of Local Government should fast track the review of the local government regulatory framework. No, it's not the problem is not with the Local Government Act. It's not with the Local Government Finance and Accounting Regulations. The problem is that in 2015, the law on the Public Finance Management Act centralized too much of the powers which are supposed to be with the local government. If you look at Article 191 of the Constitution, the power to appropriate local revenue, the power to collect and budget for the local revenue is a function of the councils. So right now, the challenges we are having is exactly that. And what the recommendation should have read here is Minister of Finance should fast track amendment of the Public Finance Management Act in line with Article 176 and 191 of the Constitution. For me, I think that should be the recommendation.
And that does not bring in Section 36. Because Section 36 is about an authority to raise loans. So what finance needs to do is harmonization of the Constitution vis-a-vis the Public Finance Management Act in terms of the levy and appropriation of taxes.
Right Honorable Speaker, it's the other way around. They should harmonize the Public Finance Management Act with the Constitution.
Yes, that's what
the Constitution is supreme.
Yes, that's what we are saying.
I thank you for that. Now,
what I was saying that she was quoting a wrong section in the Public Finance Management Act.
Yeah, it is general. It is on the powers of budgeting, powers of passing supplementary budgets, powers of appropriation, powers of determination of revenues, and so on. But I think for me, if that recommendation is carried by the House, that finance should harmonize the Public Finance Management Act with the Constitution, then we shall be okay. Thirdly, Right Honorable Speaker, the recommendation on induction of councillors is spot on. Last year, we had a budget cut on the induction of councillors, simply because I think some people thought induction of councillors is also workshops and seminars. So when there was a general cut on workshops and seminars of ministries, this was cut. But I think it is really not just about workshops. This is necessary for capacity building of the legislators at that level. So I'm glad that the committee has recommended that the 15 billion be provided. And the recommendation that we as a ministry should put in place arrangements for that, we are ready. Just provide us the resources, we shall ensure that that is done. Fourth, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of transport for local government officers. In the budget, the ministry had requested for vehicles for the new district for the chairpersons of districts and the new cities. And the request was 35 billion. I'm glad that the committee, after interfacing with the officials of the local governments themselves, the Uganda Local Government Association and the Urban Authorities Association of Uganda, they have found it worthy that even the municipal mayors and the accounting officers, the divisional mayors of the cities who are at the level of a municipality should also be provided transport. we thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, that last year you gave us a facility to provide transport for the lower council chairpersons. And as I speak now, we have already started distributing the bicycles for all LOC1 and LOC2 chairpersons, and even the motorcycles for all LOC3 chairpersons. We shall do that, but at the higher level, we have a problem. I'd like to thank the committee for the recommendation of 68.4 billion for that purpose. Right Honorable Speaker, the recommendation on the parish development model is spot on. In the budget, we have only catered for the 100 million per parish, that is 1,059 billion. But this requires some administrative costs, some operational costs. And we presented it to this committee. I'm glad that the committee has properly catered for this, and they have recommended 72.8 billion for that purpose. I thank them, and I fully recommend this.
Honorable Minister, your committee was not fair to you in regards to the parish development model. This House does not know anything about the parish development model. You promised this House you're going to lay the guidelines on the floor, you're going to bring the policy here. We are approving what we don't know. We need to know more about the parish development model. Development model is under your ministry. We are also told that you want to take away our money of women, WEP, from there and take it to parish development model. As women of this country, we want our money. Start your parish development model, but leave our money.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for those very important observations. Right Honorable Speaker, the guidelines for the parish development model were laid here. I laid them myself, I think in the middle of February. What you requested for is the policy framework. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll be in position to lay the policy framework tomorrow without fail.
Members, the policy framework will be laid tomorrow. Yes.
Then regarding the funds for WEP, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm raising on a point of procedure. Whereas the minister is talking about the districts and the budgets. Here I have Public Service Act, where in Uganda, instead of having 146 districts, the corresponding laws have never been amended. We only have 80 districts. This is under Public Service Commission. Secondly, we have also public service.
You have how many?
Salaries.
You have how many?
We have 80 only by law. So they have never amended the schedule to say that the
amendment is supposed to be done by us. We have not amended.
No, but the minister have not brought it. So it is the minister to bring that thing. So another one is salaries and allowance.
But a law allows you also to bring as a private member's bill.
No, it is, but it has the financial implications. So they needed to bring the amendment.
And the minister bring the amendment.
80 to 146, otherwise we don't have 146 districts.
He's going to bring when there are 150.
On salaries and allowances of specified officers. Here Parliament is passing some salaries for people illegally. Because the specified officers, like Attorney General, is supposed to earn 2.9 million. And then actually is paid more than 30 million. But the law here, which is passed under Salaries and Allowances of Specified Officers Act, is supposed to earn 2.9. And the minister knows. So why can't they harmonize which budget are we following?
Right Honorable Speaker, the districts and cities we have here, the 135 districts and the 10 cities and the one capital city, which is 146, were approved duly by Parliament. They are legal, they are in the law. Now, if the Public Service Commissioners at that time had captured the districts which were there by that time, that can be amended. And that is under the Ministry of Public Service. But as far as I'm concerned, the local governments we have here are fully and duly approved by the House. Salaries question is again the Minister of Public Services here. But I thought I should also clarify that the funds for WEP, the Women Fund, which was actually 36 billion shillings, has been enhanced and ring-fenced under the parish model. It actually now means the women will get 300 billion shillings instead of 36. And this money is ring-fenced at every parish. A third of the funds will be for the women, a third will be for the youth, 10%.
Honorable Minister.
Procedure.
Honorable Minister, what we are saying, let the women be involved in the parish development model, but also leave our UF. Don't mix these things. There was a saying here that you want to kill the old baby for you to produce a new one. One of the MPs say, don't kill our UF. Leave our UF to be there and you proceed with the parish development model.
Taken, Right Honourable Speaker. Funds for decentralized services.
Is that agreed?
We'll take it back to Cabinet, Right Honourable Speaker. We'll certainly.
We are going to make a budget for UWEP and we'll make a budget for parish development model. We will not suffocate our UWEP.
Clarification?
Yes. Thank you very much. Funds which are decentralized and yet they are held in ministries. It's a good observation by the committee. Again, we have to discuss this at an interministerial level to see if you are in charge of local government, are there funds you are holding at the ministry which can actually be effectively devolved to the local governments? It's a very good recommendation. We shall take it up. But I wanted to highlight the issue of DDEG. Right, Honourable Speaker, it's important that the members get to know that we have a discretionary grant under the budget that has been going to the local governments, which they use sometimes to renovate their buildings, to improve their operations and so on. 80 or 90, I think 89 billion of this has been lost in this year's budget, and this matter was pressed to the committee by the local government, supported by ourselves, and I want to re-emphasize the recommendation that the DDEG grant should be maintained. It is what actually the local governments are using in terms of a discretion to provide services. The disbursements of funds under USMID, a little correction there. The committee says the USMID funds were given to us and we delayed to release them to the local governments. Delay in release is not acceptable, but I wanted simply to point out that USMID is not under local government. It's actually under the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. But the point is taken that funds should not delay to be released to the local governments. Finally, the recommendation on strengthening accountability in local government. They need to build the capacity of the local government public accounts committees and to improve their facilitation. It's a correct recommendation and a good observation. We have already started with their capacity building and meeting them at regional level, and it's beginning to yield some fruits. But it's a budget issue, and we'll continue to need the support of Parliament on this matter. The PAC is important at the local government level, and once they are effective, we'll have less or more attention actually to accountability issues at local government. I thank the committee for their report.
Dennis.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to join the rest of the colleagues to congratulate you for assuming the chair. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm seeking for clarification from the line minister. I am aware that during the recent lockdowns, public service and local government recruited or hired health workers on short-term contracts, and these have not been paid their risk allowances, their emoluments to date. I'm seeking for clarification on the status. That is one. Two, these people have cried out to government to recruit them since they even risked during the time we needed them. I'm wondering if, as Parliament, since we are responsible for allocation, whether we can accommodate them because there is need in the health sector. Thank you so much.
I actually had a petition from those workers that were waiting for time to come and present. I don't know whether it is to Minister of Health or local government. It's public service. Yes, public service. Switch on, please switch on.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for raising this issue. Indeed, these people have not been paid their allowances for the noble work they did during the COVID lockdown. This is a matter that has been captured by the Ministry of Health, and it is seriously under consideration. Certainly, I know that they are going to be catered for. And when it comes to recruitment, yes, there is a recruitment plan during the coming financial year. Definitely, I think some of them are going to get recruited. Thank you.
Thank you. Dens, I thought you had finished with your question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson of the Local Government, Public Service and Local Government Committee for the presentation. He commented on the late release of funds. The good thing is the Right Honourable Prime Minister is here. We want to know and ask government, why is it that they do it tactfully to release funds late? For example, Right Honourable Speaker, 2 weeks to the end of the financial year, and in actual sense, that money has to go through procurement processes, which can take a month. At the end of the day, they don't utilize the money. Money is taken back to the treasury. And when it is taken back to the treasury, when in actual sense that money was planned to construct a health facility, that one is a gone case. In the next financial year, they don't bring back the money to the local government to implement their plan as they had planned. In the other financial year, we want the Right Honourable Prime Minister to tell us, why does the Ministry of Finance tactfully take our money from local governments and they don't take it back? And when that money is taken back to the treasury, where does it go? Because it is not reflected in the next budget. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Finance will be here tomorrow to explain about UF, and you will also handle that issue. Getting out of time. You're repeating the same things. You're going to discuss the same things when it comes to budgeting. I now put a question that a report of Committee of Public Service and Local Government be adopted by this House. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you, Chair and Shadow.
Right now, Speaker, I want to thank members, and I also thank you for adopting our report. I also want to take this chance to thank all my committee members for the work well done, and also the technical staff. This has been...
Can I have the next chair?
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Physical Infrastructure on the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for the financial year 2022-2023.
Chair, kindly do the brief.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay a report for the Committee of Physical Infrastructure.
Honourable members have said once your report is done, wait for other reports. And that's why I put that login on. I want to monitor who is going out early and who is coming. Let's have respect for other committees also. Because you've been here, other members are approving your reports, you want to walk out and leave us alone in the house. We also get tired like you.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the Committee on Physical Infrastructure on the budget estimates and the ministerial policy statements for the Ministry of Works and Transport and the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development for the financial year 2022-2023. Right Honourable Speaker, by way of introduction, in accordance with sections Right Honourable Speaker, let me firstly, I beg to lay.
Lay the report and the minutes.
Right Honourable Speaker, in accordance with the sections 12 and 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and the rules 146 and 149 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda Sectoral Committees are mandated inter alia to 1. Examine and comment on the policy matters affecting the MDAs under their jurisdiction, and 2. Critically examine government's recurrent and development budget estimates and make recommendations for debate. Right Honourable Speaker, I want immediately to go to the composition of the committees. This committee carries out oversight on the following votes under the Integrated Transport and Infrastructure Program, Ministry of Works and Transport, that is vote 016, UNRA, vote 113, Uganda Road Fund, vote 118, and Kampala Capital State Authority, 112. Right Honourable Speaker, I'd like to touch briefly on the compliance of the ministerial policy statements with the law and government. Indeed, for both ministries, Works and Transport, and Lands, Housing and Urban Development, they complied with the PFMA Act 2015 and the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, they also complied with the gender and equity requirements. Right Honourable Speaker, I'd like to go to, because of time, I'd like to go to the issues that's page 5 about the Ministry of Finance. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee observed that the format of the does not indicate the extra 3 requirements provided under Rule 146(2) of the Rules of Procedure, and in addition, the format provided by the Ministry of Finance for financial year 2022-2023 does not provide information on specific information and on performance of projects and sub-programs like the previous financial years, just leaving the votes to highlight a major performance. On that note, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development reviews its format in the subsequent MPSs to communicate to MDAs a format that incorporates the requirements in Rule 146(2) of the Rules of Procedure. And in addition, the Ministry of Finance should consider reviewing the format to provide for the approved budgets of the preceding year and half-year performance of the projects and sub-program, in addition to the proposed budget, and as has been in the previous ministerial policy statements. Right Honourable Speaker, from there, I need to really go to the recommendations, observations and recommendations from the committees.
Procedure.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to find out whether it's order for us to proceed when we don't have this document uploaded up in the system, and we are struggling to follow what's being communicated. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, we provided a copy. Of course, we were trying to beat the deadline. I think the technical staff,
They are uploading.
they're uploading it. And I beg to move
At least
because
for
of the
now,
time.
you have the ears to hear.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for that. I'll go to section 5, which is observations and recommendations. We have a general observation and a way forward. The committee observed that the copy presented, now it observed that the minister presented 2 different policy statements to Parliament, and each with different figures. So the committee seeks an explanation from the minister on this, because this became a real issue, and if indeed there was an error, the minister will have to come and make that and amend that on the floor. Right Honorable Speaker, I have to move to the Minister of Works and Transport, vote 609, local governments. Road maintenance, we have a section of road maintenance equipment for the new districts. Right Honorable Speaker, in the financial year 2021-2022, Parliament recommended that the Minister of Works and Transport be provided with 56 billion shillings for the procurement of road maintenance equipment for the then 14 newly created districts, and to cater for maintenance of their road network. However, the funds were not provided, and even in the budget for 2022-2023, the item has been captured as an unfunded priority, despite having been agreed upon between the Minister of Works and Finance during the presentation of the first supplementary schedule for financial year 2021-2022, that the budget for the MTF for Minister of Works and Transport would be increased to cater for this item. The committee is concerned that some critical roads in the new districts have become unmotorable due to lack of maintenance and increase in stock of roads over time due to the different road programs undertaken at a local government level. The number of districts, Right Honorable Speaker, has now increased, and from 14 to 16, and the required funding for that item is 57 billion. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development of recent has categorized this item as unfunded because of revenue performance, and there was a proposal that the districts government should develop a policy of sharing equipment between the mother districts and the child districts. The committee observes that this argument of sharing equipment is self-defeating because many of the affected roads are income-generating roads, and they facilitate numerous economic activities in the country. And many of them, in their unmotorable state, they affect negatively government's revenue base. The equipment also in the mother districts are fully occupied with activities in their areas of operation, more so given the fact that quarterly releases to all districts are made at the same time, therefore putting the same pressure on all districts to absorb the funds given to them or risk having the money returned to the consolidated fund if the funds are not utilized by the end of the financial year. We also realize that most mother districts are reluctant to share their equipment with the new districts because in the event of breakdown, the cost of repair reverts to the mother district. We also realize that most equipment in the mother districts have broken down, and therefore all districts, they need to have their own equipment. The committee recommends that UGX 57 billion be found within the budget for 2022-2023 to finance this critical activity. Right Honourable Speaker, maintenance of road equipment in local governments. The committee recommended that in the financial year 2021, government should provide 59 billion for maintenance of district road equipment, but these funds were never provided in the budget, and as it appeared as an unfunded priority. The committee therefore observed that the equipment was delivered without making the necessary increases in provision, that's the Japanese equipment, in provision for fuel and other requirements, modalities for timely servicing of road equipment. I beg your pardon, and other modalities of servicing the road equipment are not in place, yet the districts are banned from doing any servicing or repairing on road equipment. Another one is, the second observation is government had an agreement with the supplier that they appointed, that is Victoria Motors, as an agent to do the servicing of the equipment. However, due to accumulated arrears, the agent is unable to provide timely repairs of the equipment. The third observation is that keeping the equipment grounded exposes them to vandalism. And we also observed that upgrading of the 4 regional mechanical workshops, that's for Eastern Bugembe, Western Mbarara, Gulu Northern, and Kampala, is key in maintaining the district road equipment, but that item remains as an unfunded priority under this budget for financial year 2022-23. The committee therefore recommends that government should commit 60 billion to cater for this maintenance of road equipment. The committee also recommends that government should dispose of the obsolete road equipment because they are becoming a liability in terms of the cost for maintenance. The committee also observes that, rather the committee also recommends that UGX 32 billion for the maintenance of road equipment from Japan should be provided so as to show commitment to maintenance of the good road network as envisaged in the NDP 3 and the budget strategy for 2022-2023. Need for coordinated planning. Right Honourable Speaker, Parliament approved a loan for agriculture cluster development project, that is SCDP, which has 4 components, one of which was to address road chokes in the selected districts. However, the project was reviewed and the creditor recommended a reduction in the budget for road chokers, and consequently some areas were left out with new value addition equipment that is inaccessible due to road chokers, non-availability of power, among others. To fully operationalize the benefit of this project, there is need for road chokers to be addressed, and the project is expected to end in this financial year 2021-2022. The committee was informed by the ministry that currently 4 projects supporting interventions on the district urban access roads, that's Duka, and on average, those 4 projects have 800 kilometers of community access roads, which need to be rehabilitated per year, which is far below the community access road network of about 80,000 kilometers. The available road maintenance budget of 487 billion from Uganda Road Fund can only meet 44.13% of the annual road maintenance needs. This has resulted into accumulation of maintenance backlog on Duka roads requiring to be rehabilitated. The funds allocated to bridges are also targeted to only maintenance activities, thus leaving bridges that require rehabilitation. Currently, only 164.8 billion is the budget provision for the ministry to cater for interventions on Duka network, which is far below the requirement. The committee observes that during project design, responsible ministries should be assigned mandate to address sector work in proposed projects as opposed to working in silo to ensure sustainability of projects after completion. The committee therefore recommends that government should provide additional funding of 35 billion for low-cost ceiling roads. 2, should provide adequate funding for rural bridges and rehabilitation of district urban roads and community roads improvement project to address road chokers that have not been funded under the SCDP project. Local content policy. Right Honourable Speaker, Parliament passed the local content bill, and indeed there are efforts to implement it at different levels in government. However, the committee observed that the local content policy, under the local content policy, very few Ugandan companies have been able to benefit or have had the capacity to compete with foreign companies. And these foreign companies, most of them are state-owned and therefore have huge financial advantage over our local companies. We also observe that currently most Ugandans are relegated to tasks of casual laborers in foreign-owned projects. The committee recommends that government should develop a framework for supporting contract financing to local companies so as to compete with foreign companies which get cheap money from their countries of origin. Another recommendation is that the ministry should make deliberate efforts to build the capacity of local contractors to ensure that they benefit from public investments. Right Honourable Speaker, under road safety interventions, of course we all know that road carnage is high in our country. In financial year 2021-22, Parliament approved 2 billion for road crash database and sensitization on the Traffic and Road Safety Act 1998, Amendment Act, that is 2020, but only 0.5 billion had been released as at third quarter, hence limited implementation of the intended activities. In financial year 2022-23, the ministry budget for this item has a funding gap of 30.6 billion after an allocation of only 2 billion out of the required 32.6. Committee observed that Uganda is not making progress in meeting the global target of reducing road crashes by 50% by 2030. To the contrary, the country has continued to witness high numbers of road crashes and resultant deaths. Activities aimed at ensuring road safety in Uganda today must be treated as a matter of urgency and prioritized in this budget. The committee therefore recommends that the required sum of 32.6 billion be provided for in the budget for financial year 2022-2023 to cater for road safety interventions. Automation of motor vehicle inspections. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee was informed that for purposes of reducing vehicle pollution and unroadworthiness motor vehicles from our roads, the Ministry of Works and Transport requested for a budget of 30 billion to automate vehicle inspection services. However, the Ministry did not receive any allocation for this and has thus remained as an unfunded priority. And this activity is an income-generating one. The committee identifies an urgent budget allocation in view of the fact that the unroadworthy vehicles compromise road safety for road users and also contribute environmental pollution, which is key in causing climate change. The committee recommends that the required 30 billion be provided in the budget for financial year 2022-2023. Need for counterpart funding. Compensation process of PAPs for Bukasa Port has been affected by inadequate funds. A total of 29.2 billion was approved by the government chief valuer in October 2018, but there has been a delay in compensating the PAPs because government has not yet cleared its obligations on counterpart funding. And Right Honorable Speaker, the law says that if you take beyond 6 months without compensating me on what was valued, I have the right to increase on the value of my property. So we risk having the costs escalated because of delayed compensation. The committee therefore observes that compensation of occupants of land is the responsibility of government under the component of counterpart funding. And during financial year 2019-20, 15.718 billion was released for this activity, leaving a funding gap of 13.486. In financial year 2020-21, 1 billion was allocated for land compensation, and the budget for financial year 2022-23 provides only 7 billion. The committee recommends that government should always provide counterpart funding for projects in a timely manner. Standard gauge railway projects, that is slow progress of the standard gauge railway. Right Honorable Speaker, the plan for construction of the SGR was in 2022-2023. However, the implementation is slow due to inadequate funding of the pre-construction activities and delay in securing the loan from development partners. Pre-construction activities such as acquisition of right-of-way and sourcing of finance from China Exim Bank are currently ongoing. The committee, however, is concerned that government of Uganda has previously made loan applications to China Exim Bank on 5 occasions, and that in June 2015, December 2015, May 2016, October 2019, and May 2021. So the committee learned that China Exim Bank has raised issues about the application, and government of Uganda has responded accordingly. The bank raised other issues about the road application in May 2021 and in August 2022. The committee observes that the Ministry of Works and Transport and SGR have submitted responses to Ministry of Finance and Planning on the latest issues raised by the Financial Exim Bank, but there is no progress. So there is need to explore alternative means of financing the project because the prolonged delay in the commencement of the project is undesirable, and yet our country is a regional logistics hub. Another observation is that there has been extensive engagement between China Exim Bank on project financing, but there has been delays in project commencement, hence denying Ugandans the benefits of enjoying low-cost cargo transport. The other observation is that a large percentage of PAPs in the project path still awaits compensation because they can't before they can relocate. Committee recommends that the government of Uganda should explore the option of PPPs, that is public-private partnerships, to finance the construction of SGR. Another recommendation is that government should provide 200 billion for the acquisition of the right-of-way for the SGR project. Uganda Railways Corporation, we are looking at the role of URC in the SGR project. Section 3 of the Uganda Railways Corporation Act 1992 mandates URC on railway construction, operation, and maintenance of railway, marine, and road services for the carriage of passengers and goods. Parliament was informed that the SGR project started at a time when there was a challenging situation in URC, including the legalities on the concession agreement between Government of Uganda and RVR. So Parliament has been informed that URC is represented on a joint committee that oversees the SGR project. The committee observes that URC's role in the SGR project should not be restricted to oversight, but actual participation in the project to build its capacity to operate and maintain railway network in a sustainable manner. The committee therefore recommends that SGR implementation and management should be under a project management unit as per Cabinet Directive. East African Civil Aviation Academy, that is Soroti Flying School, and funding for the operations of that East African Civil Aviation Academy. The East African Civil Aviation Academy gets subvention from means of works and transport amounting to only 9.5 billion, yet it requires a minimum of 17.5 billion to finance its operations. The impact of the underfunding has been worsened by the recent closure of academic institutions due to COVID-19 pandemic. The Auditor General's report of financial year 2020-2021 observed that the school budgeted to collect 282 million, but only collected 13.25 million, which represents 4.7% by the end of the financial year. The committee observes that the budget shortfall for that flying school greatly impacts on the operations, on its operations, with aircrafts getting grounded due to non-maintenance. The committee therefore recommends that the Soroti Flying School should be adequately financed to the tune of 17.5 billion in the budget for financial year 2022-2023. CAA. Under CAA, we have a section of government debt owed to Civil Aviation Authority. Government debts through MDAs and the UN currently amounts to 115 billion, and Parliament in financial year 2021-2022 recommended that the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should prioritize payment of outstanding debts to Uganda Civil Aviation Authority by various MDAs in the budget for domestic areas for financial year 2021-2022 and the entire mid-term to enable Uganda Civil Aviation Authority to finance its operations and infrastructure requirements. However, the committee was informed that UCAA did not collect funds in financial year 2021-2022 and that the agency is following the directive from the PSST to audit all domestic areas before they are cleared for inclusion in the respective budget. Observations. The committee observed that the debts owed to UCAA by government entities of crippled the activities of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, and they are long overdue. Uganda Civil Aviation Authority should expedite the process of auditing the domestic areas with affected agencies to ensure that government clears the debt as soon as possible. Recommendations. The Ministry of Finance should impress it upon the government entities indebted to Uganda Civil Aviation Authority to include the agreed sum above in their budget for financial year 2022-2023, and that Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should prioritize the clearing of the debt. Establishment of a unified security system at Entebbe International Airport. There is a need to enhance the integrated security systems at the airport, and CAA had requested for 108 billion, but the item was left unfunded in this budget for financial year 2022-2023. The committee observes that given the current global security risks, it is important that all security loopholes at the airport are closed. Recommendations. Committee recommends that in order to bridge this gap, government should provide 108 billion in financial year 2022-2023. Air traffic control tower. Uganda Civil Aviation Authority needs to install a new control tower at International Airport, and the committee observes that the current control tower is old and at a risk to the aviation industry, both nationally and internationally, for aircrafts that use our airspace. And this critical aviation requirement should cause that this critical aviation requirement could cause an international disaster that would subject Uganda to blame from international community, and rightfully so, and this could be a national disaster. The committee recommends that 40 billion be found for the installation of a new control tower at Entebbe International Airport for this financial year. Maintenance of aerodromes. Most aerodromes in the country are at different levels of despair, yet the demand for domestic air transport is on the rise, especially among tourists. Committee observes that there is need for funding of critical aviation activities in regional airports and aerodromes. So the committee recommends allocation of 60 billion beginning with financial year 2022-2023 as an additional funding to be provided, and the additional funding for that to be provided in the MTF beginning with financial year 2023-2024. The need for, Right Honorable Speaker, I go to the National Building Review Board. That's the board that regulates building standards in the country. As you are all aware, honorable colleagues, you realize that several buildings are reported to be collapsing, and the National Building Review Board has a funding gap of 10.7 billion in the budget for financial year 2023, arising from partial allocation of the required budget. The committee recommends that the National Building Review Board be provided with additional funding to a tune of 10.7 billion in financial year 2022-2023 to handle the challenges of collapsing buildings, standards in collapsing buildings. Uganda National Roads Authority, UNRA. Item number 1 is debts owned by UNRA. UNRA currently has debts amounting to 500 billion, being arrears for road works, including debts to local contractors. These debts are attracting interest of Uganda shillings 140 million per day. The committee observes that under releases by means of finance planning and economic development are causing unnecessary hemorrhage to the consolidated fund in terms of interest on arrears for road works. And Right Honorable Speaker, this figure of arrears is mainly affecting local companies, which many of them have got loans from banks. The committee recommends that the arrears of 500 owed by UNRA to contractors should be cleared in financial year 2022-2023 to stop the unnecessary hemorrhage of public resources. Additional funding for road projects. UNRA requested for funding for a quite number of road projects in the country for financial year 2022-2023, but it has remained as an unfunded priority, and the list is really very big, and most of these roads are in NDP 3. That list is too long. The committee recommends that additional funding should be provided to UNRA to embark on development of the above-mentioned roads, starting in the MTF, that is starting with financial year 2022-2023, and that UNRA should continue to engage the Ministry of Finance to find funding for these roads. Maritime transport. Maritime transport in the country remains poorly developed in Uganda, and not much attention is given to it, despite the enactment of the Inland Water and Transport Act, and despite the fact that government can generate revenue from this transport. Committee observes that only inland water vessels operated by Ministry of Works and Transport, committee observes that the only water vessel operated by Ministry of Works and Transport is MV Kalangala, and this predisposes the people plying that route to getting stranded when the ship is not functional, which in the past has been rather frequent. The committee also observed that there is no public connectivity between different islands in Kalangala district and some other districts in Lake, which share boundaries with Lake Victoria. And the committee also observed that the communities of Kalangala districts and Wakiso districts, where MV Kalangala operates, are not involved in its management. The committee recommends that government should prioritize maritime transport. Uganda Road Fund and failure to operationalize the Uganda Road Fund as a second generation fund. Section 21(2) of the Uganda Road Fund Act 208 provides that the monies of the fund shall consist of 1. Road user charges, including fuel levies, international transport fees collected from foreign vehicles entering the country, road license fees, axle load fines, bridges, tolls and road tolls, and weight distance charges. 2. Fines under the Traffic and Road Safety Act. 3. Monies appropriated by Parliament for the purpose of the fund. Parliament has on several occasions recommended that the Ministry of Finance should develop regulations for the operationalization of the road fund as a second generation fund to enable the Uganda Road Fund to tap into resources of funding stipulated in Section 21 of the Act to meet its road maintenance needs. The committee was informed that Uganda Road Fund prepared and submitted the Uganda Road Fund Draft Regulations 2021 in line with the Uganda Road Fund Act number 15 of 2008 to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for signing on 8th June 2021 following the approval of the board. The minister directed harmonization of regulations 36, 37 with a statutory instrument 14 of the Uganda Road Fund Act, and undertaking a regulatory impact assessment to guide the review process in the letter dated 16th of July 2021. The committee recommends that government should operationalize the Road Fund Act according to the committee recommends that government should operationalize the Road Fund Act to the latter. Need to prioritize maintenance of the road asset. One of the key objectives of the NDP3 is to consolidate and increase the stock and quality of productive infrastructure. Over the medium term, the share of road maintenance is projected to decline to 487.9 billion, and yet investments in road development and construction is increasing. The committee observes that government introduced a fuel levy starting with financial year 2020-2021 to boost funds for road maintenance by at least 200 billion. However, the budget for road maintenance under road fund is on a declining trend. By half year of 2020-2021, taxes from petroleum duties alone amounted to 1.29 trillion, suggesting that if the Road Fund Act was implemented, or the excise duty on petrol and diesel was remitted to Uganda Road Fund, then the funding would have been higher than is proposed. So despite Parliament's recommendations on the budget for financial year 2021-2022 that infrastructure projects should be allocated at least 20% of the total infrastructure budget for operations and maintenance within any given financial year, this has not been done. This recommendation followed an observation that road maintenance requires between 800 billion to 1.2 trillion annually, but is always allocated less. The committee recommends that government should honor the commitments in the Road Fund Act 2008. Right Honorable Speaker, I leave that sector. I go to the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. We have the first is the Land Information System, and the Ministry of Lands requested for 19.5 billion for land information maintenance in the budget, but was only allocated 7, leaving a funding gap of 12.5. And the committee observed that this funding gap of 12.5 billion, the ministry will not be able to deliver the online services to the public. The committee further observed that land transactions are currently riddled with too many irregularities that are very difficult to clean up manually, and that the land information management system must be updated. The committee recommends that government provides additional funding to the land information management system of 12.5 for the maintenance of I beg your pardon. Committee recommends that government provides additional funding to a tune of 12.5 billion required for maintenance of the land information system. Ministerial zonal offices, MZOs. Right Honorable Speaker, we find here that there is also inadequate funding of MZOs, and the committee observed that offices are currently experiencing a lot of challenges to meet basic operational requirements, compounded by inadequate wage recruitment staff, and that this funding gap will further exacerbate the problem of staff working in more than one duty station, thus not being available at a particular MZO on every working day. There is another, and that one, of course, delayed service delivery. The other observation is that the committee, that these MZOs are self-financing, given the fact that they generate revenue to a tune of about 100 billion as a result of land information system. The committee recommends that additional funding of 10.5 billion be provided for the operation of MZOs, and Uganda shillings 2 billion for the wage bill in this budget. And a strengthening of land valuation infrastructure development for Office of the Government Chief Valuer. Right Honorable Speaker, the Government Chief Valuer would want to strengthen his office by providing a system that would enable them to provide the best valuations across the country, especially for infrastructure programs, within minimal time. The ministry requested for 9.8 billion development, and the committee observes that once the Office of the Government Chief Valuer is funded, revenues generated will increase and improve land acquisition for infrastructure projects. So the committee recommends that funding of the 9.8 billion be provided for land evaluation infrastructure development project and development of the land value data bank for the Office of the Chief Government Valuer in this financial year that we are budgeting for. Budget cuts affecting service delivery in Ministry of Lands. The committee observed that there are quite heavy budget cuts affecting the ministry with due consideration, without due consideration of functions of that entity. In the current form, it's denying Ugandans vital services, as can be seen in the inability of the Ministry of Lands to carry out functions such as land surveying functions and land evaluation amidst the rampant land disputes, because those operations are categorized as consumptive items. The committee recommends that the areas affected by the budget cuts in the Ministry of Lands should be reassessed and critical areas like travel inland reinstated in the budget. Committee on Land Evictions. The committee was created, but despite the importance of that committee, there was no money allocated, and the money needed is 0.9 billion. Therefore, the committee recommends that that 0.9 billion should be provided in this budget to help for that committee to be operationalized and help address the challenges affecting land conflicts. Reaffirmation of the international border. Right Honorable Speaker, the ministry is requesting for 4.8 billion for this activity. And as you know, we have challenges with some of our neighbors. And if these funds are provided, it will help us resolve those disputes of reaffirming our international boundaries with our neighbors. Land acquisition and compensation. Right Honorable Speaker, the recommendation on land acquisition and compensation is that, of course, there's an observation that a lot of money is owed to different landlords, especially kingdoms and ranchers, and the recommendation is that 256 billion should be allocated to the ministry to cater for land acquisition and compensation to cultural institutions, properties, and ranchers. Two, government should consider operationalizing the land fund fully as envisaged in the law, where it is capitalized and there is a functional land bank facility. We go to item number 9, development of physical development plans. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee, Ministry of Land budgeted for 105 billion for the development of physical development plans in 2023, but was only allocated 5 billion out of the 105, leaving a funding gap of 100 billion. And the committee acknowledged that that money of 5 billion is under Uganda support to municipal infrastructure development project, that is USMID. The ministry reported that no government development funding has been provided for the development and implementation of physical development plans. The committee therefore recommends that funding of 100 billion should be provided in the MTF for the development and implementation of physical development plans beginning with this financial year, which we are budgeting for. Construction of low-cost housing. The committee notes that the Ministry of National Housing and Construction Company is the only government agency in the housing subsector with the requisite capacity and experience to deliver low-cost housing units and reduce the housing deficit countrywide.
Chair, can you summarize?
Yes. Right Honorable, the committee observes that in financial year 2021-2022, the company had been allocated only 30 billion for their work, but even that one in this financial year has been removed, leaving national housing with no allocation. We also observed that government owed 72 billion through Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, but only 7 was provided. We realized the need for providing this critical service of providing low-cost houses, and the committee therefore recommends that government should prioritize capitalization to national housing construction companies to a tune of 380 billion through the MTF, beginning with the financial year 2023-2024, to mitigate the highly escalating housing deficit in the country. We also recommended that government should pay the balance of 65 billion owed to the company through the means of defense and veteran affairs, since in this budget they have not provided anything. Comprehensive land inventory. As you are all aware, many individuals are targeting land that belongs to government institutions like schools and hospitals, and the committee is concerned about the slow progress in titling government land. Committee therefore recommends that the Ministry of Land and Housing and Urban Development should take over the titling of government land, especially those schools and hospitals. Uganda Land Commission. Okay. Under Uganda Land Commission, the committee recommends that government should provide adequate funding for the land fund amounting to 1.7 trillion over the MTF period, starting with financial year 2023-2024, to address the issues of land conflicts arising from historical injustices and other conflicts within the country. Under customary land titles, of course, there is an observation that there is a need and urgency for the affected persons to secure their land rights, and that the cost of processing customary land titles is affordable to the common man and can be done at the sub-county level. The committee recommends that government should allow people to pay for the certificate of customary ownership at a modest fee and avail the service at the sub-county level. Reallocation within vote 16 means of works. I beg your pardon. I think in conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker, subject to the recommendations advanced above, the committee urges the Committee on Supply to supply the following votes: current, recurrent and development budgets for financial year 2022-2023, and the votes 012, Means of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. The recurrent budget in billions is 77.2 billion. The figures are long. I'll just truncate them somewhere. Development is 194.8 billion, and the total is 272 billion. Means of Works and Transport, 170.8. They are recurrent. Their development is 671.3, and the total is 842.1. And Uganda National Roads Authority, their recurrent is 136.2. Their development is 2.5, and their total is 2.68 billion. Sorry, I beg your pardon. UNRWA, their recurrent is 132.2 billion, and their development is 2.543 trillion, and the total is 2.68 trillion. Uganda Road Fund, their recurrent is 487.9 billion. Of course, no development, and their total is therefore 487.9 billion. Uganda Land Commission, Right Honourable, is 10. Their development is 10.4. Their recurrent is 10.4 billion. Their development is 29.7, and their total is 40.1 I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Maybe administrative announcement. When it is time for breaking the fast, the Muslim colleagues, please feel free to go and break the fast and come back. We are still here. Two, I want to make a correction, an addition on page 48. There's just something missing, that is Kagulu, Iguaya Kagulu, because I was privy to the letter which was written on that road, Iguaya Kagulu. Then on page 61, you know, once you enter into an international relationship with the other country, you can only vacate it upon acceptance of both countries. And where you're saying you're relocating money that was meant for DRC, it was an international relationship that was signed between the two presidents. That cannot happen. You rather look for money from somewhere but maintain the relationship until otherwise. Shadow.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. We have discussed the report, and overall we have matters of convergence and a few areas which are still sticky. However, Right Honorable Speaker, given the timelines and the need to have the ministerial policy statement adopted, we may at a later stage bring these policy sticker issues for consideration before the House. Specifically, I will highlight two areas. The policy, the procurement and maintenance policy issues to do with road equipment. We believe that what is in place is not good enough, and this is an important area for consideration. We also request that the appropriation made or proposed in this report should be taken seriously by the Ministry of Finance. In the past, this sector, specifically the works sector, has been neglected. Proposals are made, promises are made, and our people have a lot of expectations on the ground. So I think the minister should really look for funding to ensure that at least roads are constructed and maintained. We also have the second issue to do with pre-finance contracts. We discussed and agreed that we should leave it at this level for us to have the budget process go on smoothly given the timelines. But it is our belief that these contracts are irregular, illegal, and unconstitutional. We also believe that the criteria of awarding roads specifically may not be equitable, but we beg that we do have this process go on smoothly. It may have to come back to the House. You should not be surprised that now we associate generally with the report and then we're coming back and forth to consider such issues. Otherwise, Right Honorable Speaker, we do associate with the report in total. I beg to submit.
Do you associate with the amendment of the international relations?
Yes, yes.
That we
I'm
amend.
sorry, Right Honorable Speaker, we discussed this again, and we agreed that there are already existing protocols and agreements signed between the two countries. So we do again adopt the report with amendments, excluding that specific issue.
Thank you.
I beg to submit.
Thank you, Yusuf. Honorable Minister, a commissioner wants to talk first. Minister, first allow some few members.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want, before the Minister comes to talk, to seek clarification on there is one of the roads that every financial year there is a promise to work on the road, and this is the Kamuli, Chigulu, Iyingo, and Irundu Kaliro Road, 90 kilometers. Every campaign they have been promising this road, and right Honourable Speaker, on 5th August 2021, I saw a letter that was addressed to the Speaker of Parliament, talking about, from the President, talking about financing the same road. And I want to quote what is written in the letter. It is a deserving road. The President says it is a deserving road because it opens up North Central, Busoga. Moreover, NRM has got a lot of support there. I have talked to Madam Allen Kajina, the director, and she's following it up. Honorable Minister, I would like you to clarify, because the people of Busoga are yearning for this road, and they are on our necks. They gave NRM votes. This road has been promised by the President 1,000 times. So I want to seek your clarification. Is it one of the urgent roads you're going to work on in this budget?
This is not about NRM per se. It's about the people of Uganda.
Much obliged, but the clarification stands, right, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Minister, take note of that road. I personally received that letter, and the amendment must be made. The road is actually included in page 48. The only one missing is Kagulu. The Kagulu part is missing, but the road is included in the report. So we'll make that amendment. Commissioner?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I wanted to find out what exactly happened to the road of Zombo. Nebi, Goli, Vura. Right Honourable Speaker, this road is just not of economic importance to this country, but it is also important for security. And time and again, we have to stand on this microphone and look stupid to our voters, like we are doing nothing. Right Honourable, I want to request that if these pre-financing arrangements are really there, this road should be one of the most top on that priority, honestly. Right Honourable Speaker, on another note, I want to ask, how do these people determine which district gets how much on road fund? My roads, for instance, at any point in Zombo, there is a requirement of a bridge. But we get the same amount like other flat districts get. What is the criteria they use to make sure that a particular district gets this amount of money? I really need to know.
Eki.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I am picking the ones who have not spoken. So if you've spoken, don't waste your energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to implore our members that the question of road to DRC, really we need to do more kilometers of road inside DRC to support the manufacturing sector here in Uganda. Madam Speaker, I was privy to that World Bank discussion sometime back in Washington when we negotiated. I was with Matia Kasaj and Keith. By then, my mindset was not clear. But today, the job you need for the youth, the factories. I happen to be a member of parliament for cement factories in Tororo. The cement factories in Tororo sell 30% of their cement to DRC and South Sudan. So we need more kilometers. Second to that, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Works, Transport and Communication need to have a framework cost per kilometer of tarmac road, and they present it here. Part of the problem we have is high inflating cost of doing a kilometer of road in this country. We need to zone this country, the flat area, this is the cost per kilometer, and the road will last for 20 years. Terrain which is swamp, this is the cost. The area which is hilly, this is the cost. You cannot tell us that building a two-bedroom house in a flat land costs 300 million shillings. This is what's happening, Madam Speaker. So we need to put Honorable H.W. Moses, Honorable H.W. Musa, who moved with a pickup to arrest the thieves, that we are going to give you this money, but on condition that, Madam Speaker, through you, after 60 days, the minister presents here a well-costed framework of cost per kilometer. I beg to move.
Thank you. Alan, you want to talk again?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I need a clarification about the road of Luweero of Talang, 29 kilometer. Luweero of Talang of 29 kilometer in Nakaseke district. It was promised by the President since 2015. And in 2018,
it was promised by the President.
Yes. And in 2018, the ministry took land titles, 50 of them, from the residents along that road. Up to now, they are claiming, and some of them died, their relatives are claiming for their land titles. So, Honorable Minister, we need a clarity from you about this road, and even some other roads in Nakaseke. They are in poor, they are in solid state. Yet the NRM government, that's where I fought from. And the people died. Almost 500,000 people died in Greater Luweero. We are still asking for roads, for school, for hospitals. Sincerely speaking, Nakaseke, we are good in fighting. By the time of dining, we are not considered. Thank you.
The NRM government secured Alan's future, and that's why he appreciates what the NRM government did. Thank you for appreciating NRM government, Alan. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me also take this opportunity to congratulate you for sitting on the heartbeat of this country. Madam Speaker, about 2 months ago, we were here in this house, and the issues of roads, especially feeder roads, came up. We were told that 87% of the roads of this country are smaller roads, feeder roads. And the national roads account only for 13% of the roads. Yet when it comes to funds, Right Honorable, then 13% goes to the feeder roads, which are many, and 87% goes to the national roads. This one leaves the entire rural place with very bad roads. My district of Noya, for example, got 31 million shillings for the road fund to maintain 214 kilometers of roads. Right Honorable Speaker, I have seen the same in this report. That UNRWA has been given in excess of 2 trillion, and then Uganda Road Fund only 400 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, I request that the committee and the minister together consider this, so that more money is given to maintain these rural roads that can feed the main roads of this country. I beg to submit.
Yeah, the budget committee should look at that. Tevandeke.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to be clarified on 2 issues. Right Honorable Minister Works. One is about the road funds. It has always been common into the budget process considering this fund and especially it falls into the hands of UNRWA. And when you look at their budgets, there is always a routine maintenance of specific roads under UNRWA. But when you follow up the routine maintenance, the roads are full of potholes. There is nothing like routine maintenance, and I don't know the definition for routineness as according to the Ministry of Works. Right Honorable Speaker, to be specific, Kayunga District, I think we have only 3 main roads under UNRWA. One from Kayunga to Bale, which we share with your colleague minister, Honorable Amos Rugolo, which is full of potholes in every trading center. Yesterday I was even arrested by the residents, and I was commanded to repair the road, of which I couldn't.
Members, 2 minutes each.
Secondly, when you see, you come to Ntenjeru North, we have the one which stretches from Kayunga town to Busana, which is tarmacked, and the one from Bukoroto stretching to Jinja, Nile, which is tarmacked. And I'm wondering, where does the budget for routine maintenance serve, and does it serve its intended purpose? Lastly, the Bale Kayunga Road, 89 kilometers, you are shaming the president because it's on presidential directive to be worked on, and he has promised it since 2006. And the residents are overwhelmingly waiting for it during this budget. And I don't know whether you will come to his rescue or you will continue to go ahead and rebel his directives. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable members, on the issue of the road fund, it has already been said. Let's not repeat the same thing. All we need, the committee, is to ensure that the road fund is given sufficient funds. And secondly, that in your oversight role, when they talk about routine, in your oversight role, you have to make sure that these roads are maintained. And I know some of you are chairpersons of road funds in your districts. It is your responsibility to do the routine checking. Don't allow these districts to use the road fund as a cash bonanza. Ferrigo? Ferrigo?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The report that was presented for Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, there is a funding, special funding to urban constituencies called USMID. We have a challenge under USMID where the unspent balances are never reverted. And this is a World Bank project which has timeline. 2.5 years, it will be closed. I have a case in point, Kasese municipality, where we had unspent balance of around 8 billion. When it came to the following year, it could not be reverted, and we shall never get that money. Sister has never been reverted. My request is that the Ministry of Land, Housing and Urban Development work closely with the Ministry of Finance so that whenever we get unspent balances, please let us have it reverted and we receive these monies for the service it's supposed to give to our people. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Donald Davis. Davis, then Lomo.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, I'm called Kamkama Davis, Member of Parliament representing the people of Nyangavu. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to bring this to your attention on the road from Kasese to Hima. The road has not been launched, but already there are potholes. I really wonder which shadow work these people are doing. Leaving alone that the road fund that comes to Nyangabu district, by the virtue of the fact that Nyangabu has loamy soils, it is like pity, cash. There's nothing that it is doing. Yesterday, almost my electorates wanted to storm me because of such matter. So I'd really want to pray to the responsible ministry to really come to attention. Please come to my rescue. Nyangabu district roads are in bad state. I beg to submit. Thank you.
It's a procedural matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on a procedure matter, listening to my brother from Munyankavu, who is presenting a very serious matter, just like my fellow colleagues are doing. But I realize that we are speaking to ourselves. We are talking of Minister of Lands, and I know that this ministry...
The Minister of Works is here. If you think you're speaking to yourself, then you keep quiet. He's representing the whole ministry. Is he here?
Okay. I knew that we have the ministry represented by the Honorable Minister Cheru in the area.
The Prime Minister is even here. The leader of government business.
Most obliged.
Lomo.
Thank you very much, Madam
Honorable
Speaker.
members, you want to debate this report, then you'll again debate it when it comes to budget. We still have 7 reports to be presented.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. I equally have a road, Mitiana Busunju Road, which the President has promised since 2001. And right now it is impassable, and it is a road which actually the factories in Nakaseke are using to get raw materials from Busuju. So the road is really bad. Now, the clarification I wanted from the minister is regarding National Housing and Corporation, National Housing Construction Corporation. Whether the Honorable Minister is aware that the Libyan government owns 51% of the shares in that corporation, and the Uganda government owning only 49%. Vice versa. The other way around. I don't know whether the minister is aware about that. And in the report which has just been presented before us here, 250 billion is allocated to recapitalize. Honorable Minister, how much has the Libyan government so far given the company so that the parliament can allocate the 250 billion to that company? Because if we allocate that money, that simply means the Libyan government will simply get dividends for free.
We need to talk about our obligation, not another country's obligation. That could be our obligation, not for the other country. The other country knows what is supposed to
Chairperson, I can even give further information. I wish.
Madam Speaker, my question was simple. Whether the minister can clarify to this House whether the Libyan government has already done something as we are allocating money to the national housing right now.
Information from committee member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm a member of the committee. I wish you knew this, but you can go and pick the letters. Through the guidance of the Attorney General of the Republic of Uganda, he has guided and written to the Ministry and Minister of Finance that because of the uncertainty of the leadership in Libya, the government of Uganda must now take up 100%. And the government of Uganda will, at appropriate time, when they have settled, pay off the government of Libya
because it has even reached a level where there have been 2 ambassadors posted to Uganda. So we don't know whom to deal with. So the Attorney General has guided that they will pay off. They have valued the National Construction Company, and they know what share would be for 49. They will keep it in the escrow account, and at an appropriate time, when there is established government, they will pay them the equivalent of the 49%. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for yielding and accepting the clarification I want to get from you. Now that you had occasion to interact with the Attorney General, and from what you're saying, this was not a call on shares, because the call on shares would mean that Libya too was expected to advance on part of the bargain. Now that the Attorney General is advising that we can actually appropriate the shares, were you made privy to the shareholders' agreement to know that we are not committing an illegality under international law?
The legal advisor to the government of Uganda is the Attorney General, and that was the advice that was given by the legal Attorney General. If there is anyone to challenge that, there's recourse how you can handle that.
Yes. Okay, Peter.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report, but I'm seeking clarification from the Minister regarding maritime transport. We are all well aware that apart from railway transport, the cheapest means of transport is water transport. And in line with that, we have been asking the islands, and the report clearly puts it, that the islands of Kalangala, Buvuma, islands in Mayuge and Namayingo are not connected to the mainland. Do you have any programs to connect the mainland, especially Namayingo mainland to Namayingo Islands, and then Mayuge mainland to Mayuge Islands? Then secondly, marking of our borders, especially on the lake. There is a question, the report clearly indicates there's conflict between Sudan and Uganda. There is a serious conflict between Uganda and Kenya over Migingo Islands and other islands. Do you have a plan to make sure that all our borders are marked? And if it is unfunded priority, what do you want Parliament to do to have these issues settled and our people live amicably? Thank you.
Who is that near Adakas? Is that Jennifer?
Yes.
I want Jennifer.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My name is Ayo Jennifer, District Woman Representative for Kalaki. Madam Speaker, I want to first appreciate the committee for the report, but also I would like to inquire from the ministry why the Katine Ochero Road is not included. Because, Madam Speaker, as I talk, Kalaki is cut off from Kabiramaido. And I'm aware that the ministry is aware of this, and I would really think it would be one of the priorities. Katine Ochero Road. It has been there for quite some time now. We are having difficulties in crossing to Kabiramaido. I request that it's considered as one of the priorities in the budget of 2022-2023. I thank you.
2023-2024. Apea, Edakas, you come from the same place.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mine is also a clarification from the Ministry of Works. I wanted to know what criteria you actually use to prioritize the roads, because I'm aware that the road from Dokolo, Ochero, and Namasale has got documentation showing it is pre-financed. It was mentioned here on the floor of Parliament by the Right Honorable Prime Minister that money is available to start compensation. We have even got the directive from His Excellency the President confirming that the road is pre-financed. Now, when I look at the list of your non-funded, I'm now wondering which are these roads that are funded, and yet some of them I see are just on feasibility stage, but they're already considered priority roads. I really want to be guided. How do you prioritize your priorities? Because if a pre-financed road is not prioritized and a directive is there, communities were already informed that they would start being compensated. Last year in October, on the floor of Parliament, Prime Minister confirmed while she traveled to Amolatar. So what do we go back and tell our people when on the list is again non-funded? So who is talking what now? I thank you.
Baroda. Baroda. Okay. Silwan, you want to talk for Baroda?
Right Honourable Speaker, I stand for, no, this is additional clarification. Right Honourable Speaker, I seek for your protection from Honourable Goreth. Right Honourable Speaker, I stand to talk for the ongoing of the bad roads in the different municipalities. And I know in this House, many members of Parliament are representing municipalities that include municipalities like Bujiri, Iganga, Busia, many municipalities, Right Honourable Speaker. However, when you look at the roads in the municipalities, they are totally impassable, and because they are in town areas, UNRA and Ministry of Works does not always give these roads priorities, Right Honourable Speaker. As we talk today, there is a contractor, Right Honourable Speaker, called Dot Services that is working on roads in the municipality of Iganga, and is the same contractor working on the Tirinyi Mbale road, and the works are going on very well, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the clarification I want to seek from the Minister, would it really be good to get such a contractor to help us also with our municipalities, the roads that are doing badly, like in Bujiri, like in Tororo municipality, because the roads are in a bad state. When you go to my town in Bujiri, you cannot even move. So instead of us going through processes, and why don't you use the contractors that are already that side to do for us these roads?
Honorable Solomon, there was an instruction to the ministry on working on those roads within the towns. That is including Soroti municipality and Lira. There is an instruction to the ministry, unless if the ministry is defying the orders of the president. After that, I will
thank
have
you very
Goretti,
much.
so that she stops making noise.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to take this privilege to appreciate the committee for the wonderful report. I am Honourable Emma Rose Cherkut, the District MP Kwen. And as we well know, that Sebei sub-region is a very hilly place. Kwen itself is too hilly. The Kwen County is very separated from the Soy County. When you look at the road, that is called S-Corner, that is supposed to connect the Soy County to the upper belt. It is in a state of quagmire. It's terrible. It is too hilly that when you are moving on it, even yourself, you just pray to God whether you reach the lower belt. That is Soy County. You are in a car, but in a state of panic. It is good our Honorable Minister is right here, Musa Ichweru, our neighbor from Soroti. Please, my prayers are, or my request, if you could sit and also have a plan for some of these roads. It's not only for the development of Sebei. The upper belt is well known for food production. The lower belt is too dry. We have the industrial hub in the lower belt. So for us in the upper belt to travel to the lower belt, it is very hard. And these are security roads. We have our brothers who come and steal our animals. They still use the same panya routes. It's a road, but it is in a very bad, I can't even explain it. Honorable Minister, kindly
William,
have a plan to save our people.
William, is that what you wanted to say?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. What my colleague, Honorable Emma, is saying is exactly true.
Is that the Muyembe Road?
No, not Muyembe Road. The road she's talking about is the road from Ngenge, Soy, which connects Queen, the Upper Bell. In fact, 1 month ago, I went there with our minister, Honorable Ogwang. And when we reached on top, sloping, the minister got shocked and we almost returned back. The road is very bad. And last week, I went to the district. I met with our cow. I asked about the budget. I was shocked. These roads have been located 2 million. Another road in the Upper Bell, 2 million, 3 million. Every sub-county is having, the entire district is having road fund, about 57 million for the whole year. And these are very impassable roads. In fact, when I saw the budget and I was shocked. There is a lot of money located, but when you zero it down to our district, it's 57 million. So we really need to study this budget very well. Otherwise, we are not happy.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, colleague, for giving
I had already given Namuga.
Information towards information, Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you, information from information to information.
I come from Bugisa and I wanted to also give some information. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg.
Can I have Namuga, then you will talk later?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I thank the committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to get a clarification from the Minister about the risky projects in the externally financed project portfolio. I see my colleagues struggling to ask about their roads, but some of these were among the roads that were identified as risky, and they are going to be either renegotiated or cancelled. Some of those include upgrading of Luwero Butarangu.
Can you give us the
upgrading of
page?
Masakavu Kakata.
Please give us
Two.
the page.
Sorry?
We'll read the report.
Right Honorable Speaker, 2.8 trillion has not been spent. So as we talk about this, we can have this money allocated to other projects than being on the account. Two.
Is that in the report?
Sorry, this is not the report. This was a presentation during the right budget framework paper, and I want a clarification from the minister. Sorry, yes, from the minister on the fate of these projects that were presented at that time, because they are risky and money is pending on the account. Because you cannot do anything on them, they are either going to be renegotiated or cancelled. So we need to get clarification before we proceed. Two, Right Honorable Speaker, Sembabule is among the districts that have been unfavored when it comes to construction of roads. We have Chaba Kuzamatete, Sembabule and Mbirizi Turevitakuli. These roads were promised by the President in 2016 up to now, and Sembabule has highly voted for the NRM. Sorry, Sembabule needs to be rewarded. 98% is NRM vote. They voted President Museveni and they need those roads. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, you know what surprises me? You're only discussing about the roads. And yet this even includes land. I expected somebody to start talking about the Naguru land, the URC land, that kind of thing. But you're only concentrating on the roads which you just use for passing. You get it, eh? You just use those roads. Mapendusi. Eh? I will give you time to talk. You don't give yourself. There is only one speaker in this house. Mapendusi, then you.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I join the rest of the colleagues in thanking the committee for the report. But a few months ago, Right Honorable Speaker, I raised a matter in this house where I stated the condition of a road that is Gulu-Oluyu Road, especially the section from Custom Corner to Bank of Uganda. And I made it clear how many lives we are losing as a result of the road poorly designed. I also brought to the attention of the Honorable Minister the number of accidents that we are having on a daily basis. And the Honorable Minister made a commitment in this house that he would dispatch a team and also would find time to visit. Right Honorable Speaker, based on that commitment, I thought the Honorable Minister would consider this road and make it as part of the intervention for next financial year. It would be fair, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Honorable Minister takes this matter seriously because we are losing lives. This road was poorly designed. You know, Right Honorable Speaker, it's important to tarmac a road, but it is more important to make sure a correction is made on a road that is poorly designed, that is causing lives. I really want to appeal to the Honorable Minister that you take keen interest and help the people of Gulu City so we can save life, especially on this road from Custom Corner to Bank of Uganda that was poorly designed. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, there is that road of Butiru, the Tororo Mbale Road, which has been killing so many people. Let's talk about Tororo Mbale, Soroti, Lira, Kamudin. That road has been a disaster. People have died on that road. So, and designs have been made. I don't know what the contractor is doing. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Wakoli Godfrey. First of all, thank you for raising the issue of Butiru, Tororo. I just wanted to add, Right Honorable Speaker, what my colleagues from Sebei just mentioned on this floor of Parliament. In Bugisu, generally Bugisu sub-region is a mountainous area. But when you look at allocations even from road fund, it is very, very little. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that Ministry of Works should give a special treatment to some of the mountainous areas, not only in Bugisu, but even across the country. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, the mandate of road fund is not realized in this region. Because when it rains, all the bridges now wash away and the mandate of the road fund is shifted from now maintaining the roads to addressing structural bottlenecks. So that's the information I wanted to add on the colleagues. But also, Madam Speaker, you have just mentioned, I just want to bring the clear picture. Perhaps maybe you passed the road of Buhawe, Kabutiru, Buhadara, Tororo some year back. Right now, Right Honorable Speaker, our children who get services in Tororo, or even those ones in Tororo who get services in our district of Manafa, can no longer get them because the bridge, Salasalo Bridge, is completely down, Right Honorable Speaker. So we want to request the Minister of Works that, especially Honorable Ocheru who comes from the east, you cannot really come from Namisindwa and you want to access Tororo. You can't pass unless maybe you'll use a plane to go to Tororo. So our prayer, especially people from mountainous area, that be given special treatment when it comes to allocation of funds for these roads. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister,
Proceed, yeah. Thank you. Proceed,
the
yeah.
issue of rural fund, you should look at the areas. You cannot give a place like Bukedia the same amount you give Kisoro. You cannot give your constituency is called what? Amuria. You cannot give Amuria the same amount that you give to Buko, Namisi Indra, all those areas. Let's look at the terrain of the area before we give a flat rate.
Procedure. Procedure.
And we should also ensure that all the roads that we have mentioned, let the roads not just remain on paper. Let these roads be worked on. The roads that you have pledges, like the city roads, and most important, you saw what happened in Lira of recent, the Kamudini Road. You saw what happened. The Butiru, the way people die in that area, you need to look at these things in totality. And members, let's not forget about our lands. The lands are being grabbed. So we must make sure that the land is equally protected. Honorable Minister, can I hear from you? I have 5 reports. You're going to talk on the next report of health.
Madam Speaker, on the Karamojo land, there is a at night.
Honorable Minister, can you be brief?
Right, Honorable. I want first on the onset to, in a very humble way, let this House know that when my ministry presented our ministerial policy statement, we did for vote 016, vote 113, vote 118, and vote 609. We did realize that the Minister of Finance had not sent some codes, and therefore before we concluded this with the committee, we had to make some adjustments after receiving those codes. I wanted to beg the House, through you, Madam Speaker, to permit me to withdraw the policy document that I presented here, and then I tabled the very accurate one, which has been reconciled with the Minister of Finance.
So which policy statement did the committee use?
The committee used this accurate one, and the committee used, because by the time we presented this, we had not received the codes some codes from the Minister of Finance. I beg to present. Right Honorable Speaker, the ministry, I have noted the concerns of the honorable colleagues. And you can know that the gravity of the situation is real. The ministry is an enabler in all our strategic interventions.
Honorable members, maybe just for clarification, the committee came and wrote to me during that time when we had problems on the issue of the report, and I gave them a go-ahead to use the new report. So, but I also asked them to come and lay on table.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ministry is an enabler, and therefore, every strategic intervention that we undertake as Parliament and government needs the active participation of the sector for us to realize this. There are certainly so many areas that my colleagues have drawn my attention to, and in a summary, I want to say the following. First, start by thanking the committee for an excellent job. Then thank my colleague, the minister, the shadow minister. My shadow minister, I want to confess to these honorable colleagues, has been very consultative in the way he has approached our working relation. There are areas where we may not agree, but still we respectively disagree, and then we continue engaging until we agree. And I want to thank him for being very, very fraternal in the way we proceed. There are roads that I have looked at that colleagues have drawn our attention to, and I can assure you, honorable colleagues, that these roads we have indicated, we are not saying they are not going to be worked on. What we are only saying is some of them already we are sourcing, Madam Speaker, some resources are being sourced from our partners for their execution. For example, we are engaging the Islamic Bank and will be coming here to see how best we can work on this road of Ochero that my sister has drawn my attention to. And all those roads that HE the president, and I want also to make it very clear here, HE the president does not direct, he only guides. So I see colleagues saying presidential directive, no, presidential guidance. The president guides us, and sometimes we go back to him and say, Your Excellency, you guided on this, but these are the ramifications. You guided on this, but these are the ramifications. And then we proceed. I want to say, really, that I may not be able to break one by one, item by item from what you have said. But if this House permits me to come here, because there are some roads, Madam Speaker, we have already initiated the designs, and you are going to be seen very soon in the district when we move out. We will be effectively present in all the corners of the district, my teams. Then I will come here to this honorable House and indicate to this House that, honorable members, will you pass this vote, will you pass this budget? Finance has been able to release this, and we have broken it down this way. And so far we have started with this, we have started with this, we have started with this. This we are undertaken to do to this honorable House. And then these honorable members should be able to do two things for me, particularly critical oversight, support, and supervision in the districts. I am saying this because of one thing, Madam Speaker, and this is a testimony that I can give to these honorable colleagues. In my own district, where the Minister of Works comes from, I called my engineers and said, this crossing point, can you tell me how much it will cost to do it? They told me over 270 million. I knew the ministry could not mobilize that money, but I knew the ministry had equipment. So I took ordinary boys from the ministry and asked them, can you tell me how much fuel you need to do this road, and then probably with your allowances? I was shocked to find that it came down to 31 million. It came down to 31 million. So what is happening, even with the little money that goes to the districts, most of the district engineers actually steal that money. That is for a fact. Most of the district engineers steal them. If that money, Madam Speaker, was put into good use, even with its little amount, it would do a substantial job, particularly given the quality of roads that are supposed to be done.
Local government, Park local government, you should now make a follow-up on what the minister is saying. And it is true that they steal the money. Yes, Minister.
Madam
Minister,
Speaker,
can you finish?
I just wanted to give Minister information from Minister of Finance. When Minister of Finance was chopping budgets, in fact, when we engaged with the Local Government Association of Uganda, Minister of Finance treated the money for roads as a consumption. And that's why it was chopped. But Madam Speaker, when you look at these rains, when they come, many of these roads are chopped. Many of these bridges are washed off and the rest. I didn't expect Minister of Finance actually to chop money meant for roads. If the Minister of Finance is chopping money for other activities, road is very essential. It should not be considered among the items to be chopped. Some of these districts, as the Minister said, we are receiving only 15 million per quarterly to work on their roads. So I really don't know this. Honourable Minister, that information.
Thank you for this very useful information. So, Madam Speaker, the reality is that yes, 85% of our roads are feeder roads, and those are roads that touch the community directly, while 15 are the national roads. But there is a big interrelation between these national roads and the feeder roads. And I can commit to say we will do whatever it takes to make sure that we will disengage Uganda National Roads Fund. First of all, finance to up their game in resourcing the National Road Fund, and then Road Fund to know how to allocate these resources in a manner that's not just unilateral, but they must do it in a manner that indicates the uniqueness of the districts that these resources are sent to.
You know, members, we have 7 reports. When we continue like this, and we'll still ask for those clarifications when it comes to budgeting, when we are reporting the budgets. So for now, can you finish and we go to agriculture?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I just want to thank the committee. I want to thank the House for the support, overwhelming, and the guidance and the observations that they have given. I want to say we have taken it in good faith. We shall incorporate them in all that we are going to do moving forward. I thank you for accepting this report from the Committee of Infrastructure and Lands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members, for this excessive debate on infrastructure. And that shows you how dear the roads are to the people, to the members of parliament. And once you work on these roads, once you protect their land, then they can be assured of 12th parliament. You need to support your colleagues to support you. I now put a question that, first of all, the correction on Kamuli, Navirumba, Kagulu, Ingo, Irundu, Kaliro Road is 90 kilometers. That should be corrected. I now put a question that the report of the Committee of Fiscal Infrastructure be adopted by this House with the amendments. And the amendments have been mentioned. No deducting money from DRC, including this road I've told you, and what members have said. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Cecilia is always defiant. Forget her. Agriculture, 20 minutes.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries on the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for the financial year 2022-2023.
Right Honorable Speaker, and honorable members, I beg to lay on table the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries on the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for the financial year 2022-2023. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker, I now beg to present the report of the Committee on Agriculture on the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for the financial year 2022-2023. Right Honorable Speaker, the report has the main body and it has annexes. Annex 1 is about the implications of the budget cuts as indicated in the second budget call circular for financial year 2022-2023. Then we have Annex 2, which is talking about the non-funded priorities. Annex 3 is the supply table for agro-industrialization program. Then Annex 4 has the list of the members of the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, the report for which I beg to present as the following votes. Vote 010, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Vote 121, Dairy Development Authority. Vote 125, National Animal Genetic Resource Center and Data Bank. Vote 142, National Agriculture Research Organization. Vote 152, National Agriculture Advisory Services, NADS. Vote 155, Uganda Cotton Development Organization. Vote 160, Uganda Coffee Development Authority. Votes 501 to vote 850, Local Government, Agriculture and Commercial Services. Vote 122, KCCA, Agricultural Grant. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, agricultural sector remains the mainstay of Uganda's economy, employing 68% of the total population and 7% youth. Although its mandate is to promote and support market-oriented agricultural production, food security, and household incomes, the sector continues to be neglected in budget allocations. In fiscal year 2020-2021, agricultural sector contributed 23.7% of the GDP and 31% of export earnings, just below industry at 26.18% and services sector at 43.01%. Right Honorable Speaker, we should note that Vision 2040 prioritizes and recognizes the role of agriculture in this transformation process. The vision of the National Agricultural Policy 2013 is a competitive, profitable, and sustainable commercial and agricultural sector, with an overall objective of promoting food and nutrition security and also to improve household incomes after coordinated interventions that oversees enhance sustainable agricultural productivity and value chain addition, provide employment opportunities, and promote agribusinesses, investments, and trade. MAIF is the leader of agro-industrialization program under the NDP3 and PDM Pillar 1 on production, storage, processing, and marketing, which the 100 million investment in parish circles will not yield any fruits. Despite all the policy interventions by government to realize socioeconomic transformation, the sector is still faced with many challenges, including, among others, inadequate budget allocations to the sector, inadequate provision of extension services and advisory services to farmers across the country, limited access to agricultural credit, delayed implementation and finalization of the national irrigation policy, low uptake of agro-processing technologies, low prices of agricultural products on the market, high costs of agricultural inputs, and associated problem of counterfeit on the market, pre- and post-harvest losses, the problem of land ownership, among others. For instance, in the 2021-2022, 44.77 trillion shillings national budget approved by Parliament, the sector suffered budget cuts from 1.3 trillion to 799 billion, yet it is the only sector that sustained the economy from the adverse effects of COVID-19 pandemic. This negatively impacted the sector and our comparative advantage in the region. This, among others, affected the provision of seeds and seedlings and other inputs to farmers, which is vital in the improvement of agricultural production and productivity.
Koremo, there is a procedure matter.
Right Honorable Speaker, I stand up on procedural matter. When I look at Rule 149, subsection 1, it causes a bit of concern. It means that all the reports must be considered not later than today. And we still have 5 reports to be considered tonight. We are already 6:30, so it means we can continue up to about midnight, because then that's when the 20th ends. Beyond that, it is illegal according to our rules. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would wish maybe we could use the few hours left to summarize, because these reports were uploaded, and therefore we know them, and all of us are interested in the sectors where we are concerned. So would it be procedurally right for us to advise the presenters to use only 5 minutes to summarize, 5 or at the most 10, to summarize the critical areas and make very strong recommendations based on what you feel that we need to know? Because after all, we are going to follow up the same report in the Budget Committee. So is it procedurally right to continue presenting the entire report when we actually don't have time?
Honorable members, pardon? 10 minutes. It's a consensus that 10 minutes. Honorable members, summarize these reports. We finish them and we move on. 10 minutes. And we are not going to debate anymore.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Most obliged. I was just talking about the marginalization of the agricultural sector, raised concern that these things should be summarized. So I go straight to the Committee Observations and Recommendations on page 12. 1, the MTEP cuts. The committee observed that while the agro-industrialization program budget estimates for the budget framework paper were 1,666 billion out of the national MTEP of 42,900 billion, representing a 3.9% allocation to the program. The projected MTEP for agro-industrialization program in the financial year 2022-2023 at the ministerial policy statement is 1,190 billion out of the national MTEP of 45,325 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, this implies that the agro-industrialization program, MTES, has reduced by 476.74 billion from the approved national budget framework paper for financial year 2022-2023. So the following activities, which are in Annex 1 behind, will either not be implemented or will be grossly affected. The committee recommends as follows: that a total of 898.118 billion be provided to the ministry to accommodate the MTEF CAF of 476.74 billion, and then the 421.37 billion as approved by Parliament in the National Budget Framework Paper 2022-2023. That one is in Annex 2. On agro-industrialization program budget, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observes that the budget allocated to this program is only 2.6% of the national budget, and over 43.3% of the allocation is externally funded, which comes with stringent terms leading to delays in implementation and absorption, causing losses to government. The committee recommends that government should fast-track funding of agro-industrialization program to minimum of 10% as per Maputo Declaration of 2003, to which Uganda is a signatory. The committee also recommends that the program should not be relegated to external funding, but given priority from the consolidated fund. On parish development model, the committee observes that the budget framework paper focuses on agro-industrialization with agricultural value chain development strategy 2021-2026 that prioritizes the parish development model, pillar 1 of production, storage, processing, and marketing. The current allocations disadvantages the highly populated areas
as reflected in the table below. The committee recommends, therefore, that there should be equity to take care of differences of population and poverty levels. The committee also recommends that the agro-industrialization budget should focus on key commodities in the value chains and finance them appropriately to become competitive. The commodities include coffee, oilseeds, fish farming, macadamia, cashew nuts, cocoa, tea, among others. The committee also recommends that while the PDM takes funds directly to the parish for farmers to either individually or collectively procure inputs for their production activities, there should be appropriate enterprise selection for advisory and regulation of quality inputs. On water for production, the committee is concerned about the delay in completing the irrigation master plan coupled with low investment in small-scale irrigation schemes. This undermines the realization of Pillar 1 of the PDM. The committee recommends that 20 billion be allocated for water for production in water-stressed areas. The committee also recommends that MAIF and Ministry of Water expedites the completion of the irrigation master plan, which will effectively guide in the assessment of water for production that is accessible, affordable, and adequate. The committee also recommends that government should also rehabilitate the existing irrigation infrastructures and schemes for easy access by smallholder farmers. This involves Ministry of Agriculture procuring innovative irrigation technologies and other agricultural production facilities in utilizing excessive rainwater and floods. On agricultural engineers, the committee is concerned that of the 146 districts in Uganda, only 49 have senior agricultural engineers required for providing technical support in the implementation of all interventions under water for agricultural production and mechanization. The committee therefore recommends that MAIF, through Department of Agricultural Infrastructure and Water for Agricultural Production, considers facing recruitment of more than 97 senior agricultural engineers to guide the implementation of water for production technologies. On agricultural mechanization, the committee recommends that 40 billion
Up next on UBC, brought to you by...
Keep the lights on. Use Airtel Money to pay for all your Yaka bills conveniently. Open the My Airtel app to buy Yaka units. Airtel Money. Simple, secure, borderless.
Hujambo mtazamaji wa UBC TV na kukaribisha katika taarifa hii ya habari. Tuwe sote mwanzo hadi mwisho. Naitwa Bella Masangano. Katika habari yetu ya kwanza, Rais Yoweri Museveni ambaye pia ni mwenyekiti wa NRM amewasifu viongozi kutoka jimbo la Omoro County alikokuwa akitokea marehemu Spika Jacob Oulanyah kwa kumwonyesha ushirikiano mtoto wake wa kiume, mtoto wa marehemu, katika juhudi zake za kuwa mbunge wa jimbo hilo la Omoro County. Kiti cha ubunge cha Omoro kilibaki wazi baada ya kifo cha marehemu Spika wa bunge Jacob Oulanyah. Mtoto wa marehemu anatarajia kumalizia muhula wa marehemu babake na ambapo atatumikia kwa miaka mitatu, na akipenda baadaye atawania tena kiti hicho. Uchaguzi wa ubunge wa jimbo la Omoro ulikuwa ufanyike, ila baada ya mashauriano ya hapa na pale ndipo ambapo Rais Museveni akaamua kwamba mtoto wa marehemu ambaye ni Ojok Jackson Oulanyah achukue nafasi hiyo. Rais Museveni alikutana na wagombea wote watano waliokuwa na nia ya kuwania kiti hicho cha ubunge wa Omoro County nyumbani kwake Rakitura, ambapo baada ya mashauriano wote wakakubali kumpisha mtoto wa marehemu kuwa mbunge wa jimbo hilo.
Because if Oulanyah had not died, we would have had no elections in that area until 2026. Now he dies. Totally unexpected. So I think the decent thing to do is, if there is a sentiment that let one of the children of Oulanyah stand in for him and for us for the remaining period, these 4 years. I think really it is decent. The other one, you call it worry.
Worry.
Mm-hmm. It is worry to say, let the boy go. Whether he becomes useful or useless, we shall see. That's not the end of the world. If the boy is given a chance and doesn't perform, this is not the end of the world. It's just some few years. So there is worry, decency. But then there's also not wasting our time, not overburdening us, like the one who wanted to give us Peko and when the speaker was going to cause us problems. Peko and when the chairman was going to give us Peko a deck. But why are you doing this? We are mourning, now you also add Pekos. Why don't you say, this is not the time to, let's look for the line of least resistance. And that's why, so I'm very happy to hear you, many of you, yourselves, saying, no, this is not the right thing. Then you can compete in 2026 with the boy if he doesn't perform well. Because we had a situation in Katakwi where we had this young girl. The young girl, one of our very good people died, and our people picked his 19-year-old.
Yes, she was 19 years old.
Yes, you go. So the 19-year-old came to Parliament, but I think she didn't perform. Then at the next election, they removed her and she went to study, but our people remained united in the area. So I am very glad to hear this.
Electoral Commission has gazetted 26 May 2022 as voting day for by-elections for the position of Member of Parliament of Moro County. As party members, we look forward to harmoniously reach consensus in choosing a flag bearer, which I am happy you've just been dealing with it, with your guidance. It is our strategic concern that this by-election should not divide us as a team and as a people, more so NRM. It is our humble prayers that as the father of the party and the nation, you support us in this process so that we are able to conclude with a resounding victory for the national resistance movement.
Tama mera kwan karman me fuano yin la dillo mamawa me Uganda tij mapola ta me yinin kubede itimo mami yokerwa Uganda timu kwe mera foi pe latini nyola tenwa Jacob Olanya kin mawa beruka winyine kwere beruka yelle kwere.
Jacob Olanya, during your government, you have brought us up again. We thank you.
Unaendelea kutizama taarifa hii ya habari kutoka hapa UBC TV. Kampuni ya utengenezaji wa vigae vya sakafuni Uganda Clays Limited inajivunia kuongeza faida zake ambazo ni shilingi bilioni 5.92 mwaka wa 2021. Tupate taarifa kamili. Wa bodi ya wakurugenzi kwenye kampuni ya utengenezaji wa vigae vya sakafuni Uganda Clays Limited, Marion Muyombo, amearifu kuwa kampuni hiyo imepata faida kubwa ya shilingi bilioni 5.92 wakati wa kusoma taarifa ya utendaji wa kazi ya mwaka 2021 kwenye kampuni hiyo, akiwa Wakiso ambako kiwanda hicho kinapatikana.
Revenue for the period, as earlier mentioned, stood at 36.7 billion due to improved efficiencies and increased volume sales during the period, while our gross profit improved to 27% from the prior period. Operating costs, as earlier mentioned, matched the increase in revenue, moving from 9.4 billion to 12.1 billion, majorly driven by increased funding of operating expenditure initiatives for the period.
Marion Muyobo anaarifu kuwa kiwanda hicho kina mpango wa kuanza uzalishaji wa matofali yenye viwango bora zaidi, ambapo lengo lingine kuu ni kukusanya faida ya hadi shilingi bilioni 72.
What this strategy entails is there are key focus areas to deliver on our vision, because our vision comes first. So customer satisfaction is related to the fact that we shall be able to supply customers on time, the service will be great, and we shall, customers will have a very beautiful end product. So right now we have matrices, we have a target of 90%, and we are at 81%, but we know we are going to get to the 90%.
Kutokana na faida hiyo, wafanyakazi wake ambao wanaweka akiba katika shirika la hifadhi ya jamii NSSF watapewa punguzo la 4% wanapokwenda kufanya manunuzi ya bidhaa zinazotengenezwa na kampuni hiyo.
There's potential growth in sales because our middle income group is growing high. Our product availability is increasing, and both availability and access, we've just opened agents everywhere, and the value proposition we're giving to our clients, not only are we giving them roofing tiles, we are giving cladding tiles, floor tiles, And all these are growing in volume, growing in quality, growing in variety. So if you're not going to use our tiles for roofing, you'll use our floor tiles for your floor.
Ukusanyaji wa mapato kwenye kampuni hiyo nako umeongezeka kwa 24%. Kiwanda hicho cha Uganda Clays Limited kilipata faida ya zaidi ya shilingi bilioni 36 mwaka 2021 ikilinganishwa na shilingi bilioni 29.7 zilizopatikana mwaka 2020. Uongozi mpya wa sekretarieti ya ushoroba wa kati nchini Tanzania umeapa kuitangaza ipaswavyo njia hiyo ya usafirishaji mizigo ili kuongeza ufanyikaji wa safari za ndani na nje. Kufanya hivyo kutasaidia kuboresha ufanisi wa shughuli zake katika usafirishaji wa abiria na mizigo katika ukanda huo wa kati. Na haya yamesemwa wakati wa kumtangaza mkurugenzi mtendaji mpya wa taasisi hiyo.
Bwana Florio Kanju ametangazwa kwa mkurugenzi mtendaji mpya wa taasisi ya ushoroba wa kati unaotumika kwa usafirishaji mizigo na abiria. Florio Kanju alitangazwa katika sherehe iliyofanyika mjini Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Bwana Kanju ambaye anatumikia katika nafasi hiyo kwa miaka 3 ametoa hotuba ifuatayo.
Nasema asante kwa makoligi wenzangu, wafanyakazi wenzangu, kwa sababu tangu miaka 5 sasa tumejuana vizuri. Tumecheza mpira timu moja, tunakula pamoja, tunapanda tunashuka kwa mashughuli zetu za kazi pamoja. Yaani kwamba tulikuwa na maelewano mazuri. Kumbi na chukua fursa hii ili niwashukuru tena kwa support yao walikuwa wananipa kama head wa communication.
Mkurugenzi mtendaji huyo mpya wa shirika la uwezeshaji wa usafiri wa ushoroba wa kati CCTTFA anachukua nafasi ya aliyekuwa mkurugenzi mtendaji wa taasisi hiyo Kapteni Dudone Dukundane ambaye alitumikia kwa miaka 6. Dukundane amesifu wadau kwa mchango wao katika kuunga mkono ajenda ya maendeleo ya taasisi hiyo. Ingawa kuna mafanikio mengi yaliyopatikana wakati wa muhula wa Kapteni Dukundane, lakini bado kuna malalamiko yaliyoibuka kutoka nchi wanachama wa ushoroba wa kati kuhusu mapungufu kwenye miundo msingi. Mapungufu hayo yakihusiana na gharama kubwa za usafirishaji wa mizigo na hasara walizokuwa wakizipata wafanyabiashara.
Ushauri wa pili, aendelee kuwa karibu na hizi nchi za Central Corridor, ajue ni kitu gani hizi nchi zinataka kufanya kipekee na kwa pamoja. Ushauri wa tatu ni kufanya kazi yake akipata ushauri kutoka kwa wafanyakazi wote.
Bwana Kanju, mkurugenzi mtendaji mpya ambaye alikuwa mkuu wa mawasiliano katika shirika la CCTTFA, ameahidi kuweka kipaumbele katika utekelezaji wa mipango wa kimkakati ya taasisi hiyo ya mwaka 2021 hadi mwaka 2025 kwa manufaa ya taasisi hiyo na nchi wanachama wa ushoroba wa kati.
Mimi kama katibu mtendaji sina priority yangu mwenyewe. Priority ya Central Corridor, priority ya nchi za Central Corridor ndio priority yangu mimi kama katibu mtendaji. Ndio priority yangu. Na hii unaikuta kwenye hii wanaita sema strategic plan. Usiku na mchana ndio kitabu yangu itakuwa pembeni yangu, na ndio hii itatuongoza wapi tunatoka, wapi tulipo na wapi tunaenda.
Dennis Goa, UBC Habari, Dar es Salaam, Tanzania.
Shukran sana Dennis Goa kwa taarifa hiyo, na hivi sasa tuende studio kwa ajili ya kupata matangazo machache tu.
Pay for your dream phone mpola. Get your dream phone today for as low as 1,400 Uganda shillings with free data for a year and pay slowly. All phones come with daily 50 MBs for 12 months. Repayment period is 1 year. Available at MTN service centers and M-Copper shops. We bring you a fresh, well-researched program to help you identify opportunities for investment, job creation, growing your entrepreneurial skills, wealth creation, and social transformation. Create wealth, transform livelihoods. Every week, we showcase opportunities for creating new products and services. Excellence in education, the passion and drive to succeed, and the right mindset to grow your business. Create wealth, transform livelihoods. Brought to you by Operation Wealth Creation.
Hii ni UBC TV na sasa tunaangalia habari ya mwisho kwa siku ya leo. Viongozi wa maeneo ya Kawempe pamoja na watumishi wa kujitolea kutoka shirika la Happy Hours wameungana katika kufanya usafi kwenye vituo vingine vya afya vinaozunguka mji huo wa Kawempe. Na mbali na usafi, msaada wa vifaa mbalimbali umetolewa katika vituo mbalimbali vya afya Kawempe.
Ya bulungi bwansi enkolo eno ya bulungi bwansi abantu abasinga bali bagisudde mu kuuka naye nga yenkola ye bw'oba ogitunulidde yenkola eyitibwangamu okutereeza n'okuyonja ebitundu byaffe kati ffe nga aba Happy Hours Secondary School olwaleero twesoboddeyo bwantoogo okulaba nga tuyonja ekitundu kyaffe kino ekya Nabweru wano mu Kafunda tugezezzaako okuyonjaawo tugezezzaako okuyonja ebifo bingi ebiri ebwayi Seddembe Market.
Bafuna ebitundu bye babeeramu nga tebabyeraliikirya nga tebibatama bannange ekitundu ekikyafu kitama oyinza naawe okutuuka n'owulira ng'otamiddwa butamwa n'olemwa n'okukola bannange nkubiriza abantu bonna tweyigiriza okwettaniranga bulungi bwansi so n'okuyonjanga ebifo ebitali bibi era bannange nga bwe mulaba olunaku lw'olwaleero tukwataganye ne Happy Hours Secondary School olw'okuyonja ekitundu kyaffe ekya Nabweru nkubiriza n'ebitundu ebirala amasomero ag'enjawulo abantu ab'enjawulo companies ez'enjawulo mwettanire obulungi bwansi okusobola okulaba nga ebitundu byaffe bifaanagana bulungi.
Here purposely for the best of the community. We are doing good, working for our community. We are cleaning the environment. We are giving back to them.
Abantu bambi mukuuma obuyonjo bwetutabera bayonjo tugenda kufuna endwadde nnyingi bwetutabera bayonjo abaana bagenda kulwala tugenda kulwala tulina okubeera awantu nga wayonjo era nga walabika bulungi mukuuma obuyonjo kasasiro muteeke mu kinnya oba muteeke mu kikutiya babeeka bamutwala so sikusasanya buli wamu
kubanga kituyamba okubeera abalamu.
Na hadi hapo mtazamaji wa UBC TV tumefika tamati ya taarifa hii ya habari. Shukran sana kwa kutizama. Tuonane tena kesho.
Pay for your dream phone, Mpola. Get your dream phone today for as low as 1,400 Uganda shillings with free data for a year and pay slowly. All phones come with daily 50 MBs for 12 months. Repayment period is 1 year. Available at MTN service centers and M-Copper shops.
This week on UBC. Topic of the day on UBC.
You can only become a leader when there are problems.
Behind the headlines.
So what are we federating?
Whether rats from another country can be, somebody must be there to hold everybody accountable.
Every Wednesday at 10 p.m.
First of all, we as elites of Uganda we have made Museveni the issue. I can tell Museveni is not the problem of Uganda. The problems of Uganda are much deeper. We can change the next 20 presidents and we'll still be this roundabout.
Was brought to you by.
Need to send money to a loved one but you don't have enough on your phone? Get away with MTN Momo Advance. Momo Advance tops up your Momo to complete your transactions. Dial *165*5*3# to apply. MTN Momo Advance is always available when you need it.
Pay for your dream phone, Mpola. Get your dream phone today for as low as 1,400 Uganda shillings with free data for a year and pay slowly. All phones come with daily 50 MBs for 12 months. Repayment period is 1 year. Available at MTN service centers and M-Kopa shops.
Affordable packages, great entertainment, sports, the local content, telenovela, the movies. There is something for everybody. Go TV, this is where great stories live.
Get the best entertainment for any budget. With GoTV, you will have great entertainment for as little as 13,000 Uganda shillings per month. GoTV, great stories, Zidiwano. GoTV Uganda, love it.
Pay for your dream phone, Mpola. Get your dream phone today for as low as 1,400 Uganda shillings with free data for a year and pay slowly. All phones come with daily 50 MBs for 12 months. Repayment period is 1 year. Available at MTN service centers and M-Kopa shops. We bring you a fresh, well-researched program to help you identify opportunities for investment, job creation, growing your entrepreneurial skills, wealth creation, and social transformation.
We have a product that is ready for schools, supermarkets.
Create wealth, transform livelihoods. Every week, we showcase opportunities for creating new products and services.
I now harvest a lot of cocoa. When I harvest it, I sell. After selling, I put money in my project. I have 2 projects. 1 is for construction of my house. 2 is for educating my children.
Excellence in innovation, the passion and drive to succeed, and the right mindset to grow your business. Create wealth, transform livelihoods. Brought to you by Operation Wealth Creation.
Up next on UBC, brought to you by...
Keep the lights on. Use Airtel Money to pay for all your Yaka bills conveniently. Open the My Airtel app to buy Yaka units. Airtel Money. Simple, secure, borderless.
Wewa tukonye ennaku z'omwezi abiri eziyise ku mwezi ogwokuna nkubuuzaako gyonna gy'otusizaako engalo nga bulijjo tutuuse n'amawulire mu lulimi Oluganda. Nze Malaria Nakitene ne Yusufu Ssenyomo agenda kutweyungako akadde katono nnyo wali ku lulimi olw'obubonero. Tukuleetedde bingi naye kantandike n'omukulembeze w'eggwanga Yoweri Kaguta Museveni asiimye bannakibiina kya NRM abakulembeze b'oku byalo abo ababadde baagala okuvuganya ku kifo kya Omoro County mu Paalamenti okusalawo ne basemba mutabani w'omugenzi Jacob Oulanyah Andrew Ojoko Oulanyah okukwatira ekibiina kino kaada mu kuvuganya kwa bonna. Bino bibadde mu nsinkano gye babaddemu n'omukulembeze w'eggwanga Makaage Lwakitula ekirohora.
Ng'akalulu k'okujjuza ekifo ky'omubaka wa Paalamenti ow'essaza ly'Omoro bwe kasemberera abangi ku bana NRM babadde beesoodeyo okuvuganya ku kifo kino newankubadde ekibiina kyali kyalaga ddanga bwe kigenda okusimbawo mutabani w'omugenzi Andrew Ojoko Oulanyah. Okusobola okukuumira ekibiina awamu, ssentebe wa NRM Yoweri Kaguta Museveni asazeewo okutabaganya abo bonna ababadde beegwanyiza ekifo kino.
I think here really the issue is first of all decency.
Akafubo kano akabaddewo olunaku lw'eggulo kabadde mu maka g'obwa pulezidenti Lwakitula era nga keetabiddwako Andrew Ojoko Oulanyah. Abamu ku babadde beeyagaliza ekifo kino okuli ssentebe wa disitulikiti ey'Omoro Okello Douglas Peter, sipiika wa disitulikiti Olal Obong, Aselem Ben ne Okello Francis.
If Oulanyah had not died, we would have had no elections in that area until 2026. Now he dies. Totally unexpected. So I think the decent thing to do is, if there's a sentiment that let one of the children of Oulanyah stand in for him and for us for the remaining period, these 4 years.
Bano Museveni yabawabudde nti singa mutabani w'omugenzi taakole kutuuka ku kye bamusuubiramu baddembe okumuvuganya mu kulonda kwa 2026.
Whether he becomes useful or useless, we shall see. That's not the end of the world. If the boy is given a chance and doesn't perform, this is not the end of the world. Then you can compete in 2026 with the boy if he doesn't perform well.
Museveni asiimye bano olw'obumu n'obuwulize bwe boolesezza eri ekibiina bwe bakkiriza okuva mu lwokaano.
But then there's also not wasting our time, not overburdening us, like the one who wanted to give us Peko, and when the speaker was going to cause us problems. Peko and when the chairman was going to give us Peko a deck. But why are you doing this? We are mourning, now you also add Pekos. Why don't you say, this is not the time to, let's look for the line of least resistance. And that's why, so I'm very happy to hear you, many of you, yourselves, saying, no, this is not the right thing.
Oluvannyuma lw'okutuuka ku kukkiriziganya kuno bano beebazizza ssentebe w'ekibiina Yoweri Kaguta Museveni nga bayita mu mubaka omukyala owa disitulikiti ey'Omulo.
As party members, we look forward to harmoniously reach consensus in choosing a flag bearer, which I am happy you've just been dealing with it, with your guidance. It is our strategic concern that this by-election should not divide us as a team and as a people. More so NRM.
Nga bakozesa abatafuta abakulembeze b'ennono okuva mu bitundu ebyakyoli beebazizza omukulembeze w'eggwanga olw'okuwagira omugenzi Jacob Oulanyah mu bulamu ne mu kufa kwe.
I want to take this opportunity to thank you for doing the various good jobs you have been doing around. And secondly, I also want to thank you for the support you have given our son Jacob Oulanyah, taking him for treatment abroad. Unfortunately, God has taken his life.
Bano era beebazizza omukulembeze w'eggwanga olw'okukomyawo obufuzi obw'ennono.
I also want to thank you for bringing the various chiefdoms and kingdoms that during Obote's time were pressed down, but during your government you have brought us up again. We thank you.
President Museveni era yeeyamye okukwasizaako ekitundu kino mu by'enguudo okumaliriza ekitebe kya disitulikiti ey'Omulo wamu n'okuteeka ensimbi mu Oulanyah Education Trust Fund. Mu balala ababadde mu kafubo kano ye ssaabawandiisi w'ekibiina kya NRM Richard Tadwongo, akulira ebyokulonda mu NRM Dr. Tango Doi, abakulembeze b'ennono okuva mu bitundu ebya Kyoli ne bannaddiini abatali bamu. Ekifo ky'omubaka wa Omoro County kyasigala nga kikalu oluvannyuma lw'okufa kwe yali sipiika wa Parliament Jacob Oulanyah mu mwezi ogwokusatu omwaka guno, era ng'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kaategeeza dda nga bwe kijja okujjuzibwa mu mwezi ogujja nga 26. Robert Onyango, Lwakitula.
Akateeko akakiiko ka Paalamenti ak'ebyensimbi kaganya okukakasa obuwumbi 319 obubadde bugenda okuvujjirira okuzimba eddwaliro lya Lubowa Hospital nga lino lyakujjanjaba endwadde ez'amaanyi mu ggwanga. Akakiiko akakiiko kano nga kakulemberwa Dr. Kefa Kiwanuka, omubaka wa Kiboga East, ategeezezza nti emirimu egikolebwa ku ddwaliro lino gikolebwa mu kyama ate ng'ensimbi ez'omuwi w'omusolo ze zivujjirira omulimu guno. Ate bo ababaka bagamba nti emirundi mingi bazze balemesebwa okulambula emirimu egikolebwa ku ddwaliro lino nga y'ensonga lwaki baganya okukakasa ensimbi zino.
That the contractor has defaulted and there are no certificates to go by. It means as a committee we have no obligation to advance more money in this respect.
Obutakanya ku ddwaliro erizimbibwa e Lubowa mu disitulikiti y'e Wakiso bweyongera buli lukya oluvannyuma lw'ababaka ba Paalamenti okulemesebwa okulambula emirimu egikolebwa ku ddwaliro lino omwaka oguwedde. Ababaka be bamu nabo kati bayimirizza eky'okuvujjirira omulimu gw'okuzimba eddwaliro lino. Minisita w'ebyensimbi mu ggwanga Matiya Kasaija ayanjizza embalirira ya buwumbi 319 eri ababaka okugikakasa ziyambeko mu kuzimba eddwaliro lino, wabula bano bakiganye.
Ate nga ddala omuwe wa musolo ayagala alabe value for money. Ate sekita gye tulimu gye tuteekamu ssente ya health eri critical nnyo okulaba nti ebintu bikolewa, kubanga bwe bukuuma obulamu. Manyi bw'obeera n'obulamu, health is wealth. Ubeera n'essente, bw'obeera nga tolina obulamu tosobola kufuna ssente. Naye buli kaseera bano badiira babireeta ne babiteekamu. Bano boolaba badiira bano Masiya Kasaija batudde, abasajja bakola deals, baleeta ne babiteekamu ne muteekamu ssente ne mu approvinga, enkya mubabuuza bagamba emirimu gitambula ate nga ku site tekuliko mirimu.
But we need to be satisfied, to be completely satisfied. 2 days ago there was news that the works done so far is 20%. The contractor even stated that there is no contract on the ground because all the other companies have run away, and yet they have received money this company, Vinch, has not paid the contractor, so the contractor ran away, they have no contractor. So why do they need money? So we go to the ground, but once if you convince us with documents and seeing at the budget committee level, we can make adjustment, then go back to the house. But today, we are giving you zero.
Bano banokodeyo ensonga ez'enjawulo omuli ne gavumenti okukuuma emirimu egikolebwa ku ddwaliro lino nga egy'ekyama eyaweebwa kontrakiti okulemererwa okukola omulimu mu budde wamu n'okusuulawo omulimu.
Construction is not qualitative. It's both qualitative and quantitative. It is something that you can verify. So through your chair, may I request the minister, one, to lay down the certificates of completion so far that amount to 348 billion in line with the contract.
Several times went to visit that place. They were stopped by security forces that were surrounding the place. So if you cannot allow Parliament to go and see where we have already spent over 345 billion shillings, then what is wrong? Then today you come without a certificate of completion, which has been issued by the technical team, to confirm to Parliament that the money has dispersed, has been properly utilized, and the construction has been done according to specification.
Eddimu ly'okuzimba eddwaliro lya Luwobwa Specialized Hospital lyatandika mu mwaka gwa 2019 nga gwandibadde gumaliriziddwa omwaka guno. Wabula babaka ba Palamenti kibabuuseeko okubanga gavumenti ekyasaba ssente okugumaliriza. Wetwogera ng'obuwumbi obusoba mu 345 omwaka gw'ebyensimbi oguwedde ze zaabaweebwa, wabula nga bano tebannalaga nsaasaanya ya nsimbi zino okuzimba eddwaliro lino kwa kwemmenta akasse n'obuwumbi 4. Ndi Nafuka Farida, Naguta Philip.
Ebyo nga tubitadde wabbali kyo ekisaawe ky'ennyonyi Entebbe kigaddwa okumalira ddala olunaku lulamba nga tewali nnyonyi ekkiriziddwa kubuuka na kuka oluvannyuma lw'ennyonyi ya Rwanda Air okuva ku luguudo lwayo bw'ebadde ekka bw'etyo ne yeesogga ensiko. Okusinziira ku Vianney Rujja, omwogezi wa UCA, ategeeza nti tewali muntu akoseddwa, ate ye omwogezi wa Rwanda Air Mugisha agamba nti abataataganyiziddwa mu ntambula eno baakuliyirirwa.
Zigenze okuwera ssaawa emu ey'okumakya, amawulire nga gatandise okusaasaanira emitimbagano egitali gimu nga galaga ng'ennyonyi ya Rwanda Air bweremereddwa okukka bw'etyo n'eva ku luguudo lwayo ne yeesolossa mu nsiko. Olufunye amawulire gano nange nzambalidde ku mugongo nga nswayo gaayuga ku kisaawe ky'ennyonyi Entebbe anti eyeetuukidde tenywa matabangufu. Ennyonyi zino endala ezabadde ziyingira ssaako n'okubuuka zo mwazikoze mutya? Wadde nga sikkiriziddwa kutuuka mu kifo kino ennyonyi weebadde olw'ebyokwerinda ebibadde binyeezeddwa, wabula nsobodde okwogerako n'omwogezi w'ekitongole kino Vianney Rujja n'abeako by'atangaaza ku mbeera eno.
This morning at about 5:31 a.m. Rwanda Air was landing at Entebbe International Airport and it unfortunately veered off the runway in the process of landing. The good news is that none of the passengers on board got hurt. There were 44 passengers on board and 7 crew. They all disembarked safely.
So we're deeply sorry, and we'll do whatever is within our means to do recoveries, all customer recoveries, and make sure that you travel on to the next available flights to your destinations.
Wabula ono akakasizza nti embeera eno etaataaganyizza nnyo emirimu ku kisaawe ky'ennyonyi Entebbe okusingira ddala abasaabaze ababadde balina eŋŋendo ezigenda ssaako n'abo abakomawo nga wano bawaliriziddwa n'okusindika ennyonyi ezibadde zigenda okukka mu mawanga agatuliraanye.
Abasinga twabasabye bagumiikirize ne balindako. Ababadde bazze ku kisaawe abamu balinze. Amakampuni g'ennyonyi agamu nga Rwanda Air gasobodde okukola enteekateeka ku basaabaze baabwe ne babajja ku kisaawe ne bagira nga bakyalina we bataddeko mu hotel.
Wano era yeetondedde abakoseddwa ne babakakasa nti bakola butaweera okulaba ng'embeera edda mu nteeko. Okuva ku ssaawa 11:30 ey'okumakya ga leero n'okutuusa kati nga bwe twogerera ziri ssaawa 11:30 ez'akawungeezi tewaliwo nnyonyi yonna yalabiddwako nga yeebongera mu bwengula bw'eggwanga. abakulu mu kitongole ekivunaanyizibwa ku ntambula z'ennyonyi nga bayita mu mwogezi waabwe Vianney Rujja batutegeezezza nti babadde butaweera okulaba ng'embeera edda mu nteeko era ne batukakasa nti wabulayo akaseera katono nnyo ennyonyi zino okukkirizibwa ziddemu okwebongera mu bwengula. Kinajjukirwa nti guno si gwe mulundi ogusookedde ddala ng'embeera efaanaganako bw'eti egwa ku kisaawe ky'ennyonyi Entebbe nga ne mu January w'omwaka gwa 2019 ennyonyi ya Ethiopian Airways y'ekika kya Boeing nayo yalabwako ng'evudde ku luguudo lwayo kwera eddukira newankubadde nga abasaabaze tebaakosebwa wabula n'okutuusa kati yadde nga bassaawo akakiiko okunoonyereza ku mbeera eyaviirako kino n'okutuusa leero tewali alipoota nambulukufu yali evuddeyo okulaga kyaviirako nnyonyi eno okuva ku luguudo lwayo. Nze Sula Kagugube wano ku kisaawe ky'ennyonyi Entebbe.
Webale nnyo munnaffe. Ate yo ekkanisa ya Uganda wamu n'ekitongole ekirondoola omutindo gw'eddagala mu ggwanga ekya Uganda National Drug Authority enkya ya leero batadde omukono ku ndagaano egendereddwamu okulwanyisa omuze gw'okukozesa ebiragalalagala mu ggwanga. Ssaabalabirizi w'ekkanisa ya Uganda Kitaffe mu Katonda Dr. Stephen Kazimba Mugalu wamu ne ssentebe w'ekitongole kino Dr. Medadi Biteekerezo babadde abajulizi ku mukolo guno ogubadde ku kkeberezo lya NDA Mulago.
Kulwanyisa omuze gw'okukozesa obubi ebiragalalagala mu bannayuganda buvunaanyizibwa bwa buli omu omuli gavumenti, ebitongole by'obunnakyewa, enzikiriza ez'enjawulo n'abalala. Enkya ya leero ekkanisa ya Uganda wamu n'ekitongole ekivunaanyizibwa okulondoola omutindo gw'eddagala mu ggwanga ekya National Drug Authority bakoze endagaano egendereddwamu okulwanyisa omuze guno okusinziira mu masinzizo wamu n'amasomero agali wansi w'omusingi gw'ekkanisa. Omuwandiisi omukulu w'ekkanisa ya Uganda Reverend Canon William Ongeng yataddeko omukono ku lw'ekkanisa ate olwo omukungu akiikiridde Ssenkulu w'NDA Dr. Helen Ndagije n'ateekako omukono ku lw'ekitongole ekyo ate olwo Ssaabalabirizi Kazimba Mugalu wamu ne ssentebe wa NDA Dr. Medadi Biteekerezo ne babeera abajulizi. Kulabakkiriza abasoba mu bukadde 13 mu kkanisa ya Uganda, Ssaabalabirizi yeeyamye okutuukiriza obuvunaanyizibwa buno nga basinziira ku bituuti wamu n'amasomero.
Ekintu ekikulu era naffe ng'ekkanisa tuwandiise endagaano ne bannaffe bano enkwatagana tusobole okukolaganira mu kukulwanyisa ebiragalalagala, okulwanyisa n'okuyigiriza abaana mu masomero kubanga Church of Uganda tulina secondary 63 primary 15,200.
Ye Dr. Biteekerezo alaze obutali bumativu olw'abazadde abamu abalagajjalira abaana baabwe ekiviiriddeko emize bw'egiti okweyongera. Ye Dr. Ndagize ku lw'abaddukanya NDA ategeezezza ng'obwavu bwe bukoze ekinene okuleeta embeera eno.
Nti NDA egenda kukwatagana n'ekkanisa eya Uganda, Church of Uganda, okubuulira abaana abato n'abantu abakulu bave omukunywa omwenge.
Ng'omukolo tegunnabaawo, Ssaabalabirizi asoose kulambuzibwa laboratoire eno era n'agisabira. Uganda yateeka omukono ku ndagaano y'amawanga amagatte agalwanyisa ebiragalalagala ate nga ne Uganda yennyini yayisa etteeka erirwanyisa omuze guno mu April 2015. Omukolo gwetabiddwako omulabirizi w'amambuka ga Uganda Kitaffe mu Katonda Godfrey Lumu, Ddiini wa Lutikko ya All Saints e Nakasero Kanoni Rebecca Nyegenye, abakungu ba NDA ab'enjawulo n'abalala. Edward Colin Juko ne Brian Byaluhanga e Mulago mu Kampala.
Alright, ate bo abakyala abatasukka myaka 3 bakubiriziddwa okuvumbula wamu n'okutumbula ebitone byabwe mu mirimu egy'enjawulo. Director w'ekitongole kyava mu Buliri Ventures Chris Kalibala yawadde amagezi gano bw'abadde ayanjulira bannamawulire enteekateeka ey'okutumbula ebitone mu bakyala bano wali ku Sheraton Hotel mu Kampala.
Obutanyooma mirimu wamu n'okwagaliza abalala kye kimu ku bisumuluzo by'okutumbula abakyala okwenyigira mu mirimu egy'enjawulo mu lutalo lw'okugoba obwavu. Akulira ekitongole kyava mu Buliri Ventures Chris Kalibala bino abyogedde ayanjulira bannamawulire enteekateeka y'okutumbula ebitone wamu n'okwagazisa abakyala abatasussa myaka 3 obutalera ngalo.
Business abalina kantu konna kewalowooza kebayinza okuyunga tukakolera wano e Buganda oba Uganda then tukasuubule wabweru tujja kubanga tukuwa $5,000,000.
Bano bataddewo empaka nga zakwetabwamu abakyala batasussa myaka 3 ng'omuwanguzi wakuwangulira shillings obukadde 5 ezinaamuyamba okwetandikirawo wamu n'okulaakulanya bizinesi ye.
Participatinga kambawe essimu ezo mulina okusindika presentation to 5 slide 5 zokka slide emu kikyogenda okukozesa ssente 2 product business idea gyogenda okukola.
Guno gwe mulundi ogwokubiri ng'empaka zino zitojjera ng'ezasooka zawangulwa Douglas Balya. Ekitongole kino kyatangirikibwawo mu mwaka gwa 2018 mu Bungereza okuyamba abavubuka bannayuganda abaagala okutumbula ebitone byabwe mu mbeera ez'enjawulo. Edward Collins Jukwano mu Kampala.
Weewaawo UBC atebo abalimi bonna mu ggwanga bakubiriziddwa okwettanira okukolera mu bibiina okusobola okwewola ensimbi mu bbanka awatali bukwakkulizo bungi. Omumyuka w'olukiiko olufuzi olwa Private Sector Foundation Victoria Sekitoleko bw'abadde ayogera ku mukolo ogw'okusiima abalimi abasinze ogwa buli mwaka ogukwatiddwa wano mu Kampala. Era omusasi waffe Sebira Andrew abaddeyo.
Mu kaweefube w'okuganyulwa mu bulimi, abalimi basabiddwa okutandikawo ebibiina ebibagatta kye basobozesa obutadondolwawo wamu n'okwanguyirwa okwewola ensimbi mu bbanka. Omumyuka w'olukiiko olufuzi olw'ekitongole ekigatta ebibiina by'obwannakyewa Private Sector Foundation Uganda asabye abalimi okwegendereza bbanka mwe baagala okwewola.
Oba ogenda kwewola ssente ogenda osimbe katugambe nti oyagala kufuna fertilizer ekigimusa okiguze okiteeke ku mwanyi okugamba nti ojja kusasula 15 ku buli 10 esente 16 20 ku buli 10 kizibu nnyo okujjako ng'ogenda ate kutunda ku byolina.
Senkulu wa kampuni ya Maricard Digital Banking ategeezezza nti amagoba ga kampuni ezisinga okuwola abalimi gali waggulu, ekintu ekinyigiriza nnyo omulimi wa wansi.
It's easier for you to actually now look at how much can I get from this particular loan to be able to move forward. And then say, if this loan is not good for me, I should choose another one.
Stella Lugalambya akulira Hamwe East Africa Limited ategeezezza nga bwe basindise ttiimu mu byalo okusomesa abalimi okungeri gye bayinza okwewola ku mutimbagano nga tebatindiza engendo okugenda ku bbanka ebutereevu.
Abalala wadde babeera ne smartphone baba tebamanyi gikozesa nga dadi wange anoonya bunoonyi mobile money naye kati twafuna aba digital community agents bano babeera ku kyalo. Kati kangambe kati bwe babeera nga tuli Kamuli babeera ku kyalo mu society naye aba mulimi nga bano naye kati yabeera ne smartphone kati ye najja nakuba ekifaananyi buli woleeta ebintu ku society ne babiteeka mu mukuto gwa computer. Ogenda okulaba womala season nga 3 oba oyina statement.
Enkola eno yakusobozesa abalimi okufuna akatale k'ebirime byabwe nga bakozesa omutimbagano. Nze Andrew Sebira mu Kampala.
Need to send money to a loved one but you don't have enough on your phone? Have you run out of fuel but you don't have enough money? Do you want to pay for yaka or water but have insufficient funds? Or do you want to shop but you don't have enough money? Don't worry, get away with MTN Momo Advance. Momo Advance tops up your Momo to complete your transactions. Dial *165*5*3# to apply. MTN Momo Advance is always available when you need it.
A World Cup in the desert? The first one in the Middle East. The first to be held at the end of the year? That's crazy. Get ready for spectacular moves, high-flying saves, unbelievable goals, out-of-this-world celebrations. All 64 matches live. That's over 5,000 action-packed minutes of the FIFA 2022 World Cup Qatar. Now that's crazy. Catch all the action only on SuperSport, your world of champions. on GoTV. Love it.
Choose our with Airtel Money Quick Loans. Get a top-up loan when you have insufficient funds to buy airtime, pay utility bills, or make payments at a local supermarket. Complete your transaction and pay later. Dial *185 *7 *10# to opt in. Get an Airtel Money Quick Loan and pay later. Choose our with Airtel Money Quick Loans in partnership with Housing Finance Bank and powered by Yabex. Airtel, the smartphone network.
COVID-19 is still here with us. As Owechitiwa Peter Maiga, the Prime Minister of Buganda, states, let us all take the necessary precautions.
Self-medication is always very dangerous. We should leave medical matters to the medical personnel. It's only a healthy population that can produce wealth. And if you want to work for your well-being, you must care about your health first.
Because of the new COVID-19 circulating variants like Omicron, it is very important for all of us to be fully vaccinated with 2 doses of the same vaccine type. It's only those getting Johnson & Johnson who receive only a single dose to be fully protected.
Even after vaccination, continue to adhere to all SOPs by wearing a mask properly, covering your mouth and nose, washing your hands regularly with soap and clean water, or using an alcohol-based sanitizer, maintaining physical distance of at least 2 meters from others, and avoiding crowds. Echa COVID-19, chijja kugwa. This message is from the Ministry of Health with support from UNICEF and partners.
When COVID came, it felt like it destroyed everything my mom had built. She was ready to let go of her dreams. But when one door shuts, a window opens. She grabbed her last command and took a leap of faith. She refused to give up. So with a bit of daring and Grandma's secret recipe, her business was back. And not just bigger, beyond her wildest imagination.
This is a story of a regular Ugandan just like you, who harnessed the power of technology to provide a solution for us. How about you tell us your story? UG needs more of you. To share your story, visit airtel.co.ug/UG needs more of you, or call or SMS 162. Airtel, the smartphone network.
Kitundu kya kubiri kakati amasomero ga gavumenti n'agwa bwannannyini naddala mu byalo gasazeewo okudda ku nsomesa enkadde olw'obutaba na busobozi kuteeka mu nkola nsomesa mpya gonzeddwamu. Ng'ayogerako ne bannamawulire ku Media Center, omwogezi wa Minisitule y'ebyenjigiriza n'ebyemizannyo Dennis Mujimba annyonnyola lwaki bano balemereddwa.
Okusinziira ku kunoonyereza okukoleddwa abakugu mu byenjigiriza mu bitundu by'eggwanga ebitali bimu kulaga engeri abasomesa gye bakuttemu ensomesa ennongooseemu oba giyita rigid curriculum, ng'abamu ku basomesa bakyalemereddwa okugiteeka mu nkola. Newankubadde ng'abasomesa baatendekebwa ku nsomesa eno eŋŋonzeemu ku ngeri gye basobola okugiteeka mu nkola, ebibuuzo bikyali bingi.
These report cards have to explain exactly in this topic what competencies has a child gained, what skills can a child be able to demonstrate, can a child be able to discuss or to explain a concept, and that's why the report card is as long as that.
Abasomesa mu byalo abakyalemereddwa okuteeka mu nkola ensoma eno mu masomero ga gavumenti n'ag'obwannannyini basazeewo okudda ku nsomesa enkadde. Kati okumalawo okwemulugunya kuno, Minisitule y'ebyenjigiriza evuddeyo n'eteekawo omusomo ogwokuna eri abasomesa bonna basobole okwongera okubanguka mu nsomesa empya eno bagiyita rigid curriculum.
We've come up with blended learning. COVID has now taught us that we can not only be in a classroom of where there are 4 walls and a blackboard, but we can also use other blended systems to ensure continuity of learning. But also we shall share experiences on teacher-led interventions to mitigate the impact of COVID on education.
Mu ssabbiiti 2 zokka ng'amasomero gagguddwawo, ekitongole ekivunaanyizibwa ku by'ensoma ekya National Curriculum Development Center kyateekawo okubangula abasomesa ku nsomesa empya eno bagiyita rigid curriculum.
Wakati abakulembeze mu ggombolola y'e Kawempe ne bannakyewa ba Happy Hours bakoze bulungi bwansi n'okujuna abalwadde mu ddwaliro okuli Kawempe ne Mulago.
Abakulembeze ku mitendera egy'enjawulo nga bali wamu ne bannakyewa aba Happy Hours bagogodde Kawempe ne Bwayise naddala mu butale okuli ak'Ebwayise n'ak'omu Kafunda n'ekigendererwa eky'okuyitimusa omutindo ogwa buyonjo mu ggombolola ey'e Kawempe. Abakungu bano oluvudde mu butale buno nga bamaze okukola bulungi bwansi nate ne boolekera amalwaliro okuli erya Kawempe National Referral Hospital saako n'erinnaalyo ery'e Mulago ne badduukirira abalwadde n'ebimu ku bikozesebwa mu bujjanjabi. Okusinziira ku Ssenkulu owa Happy Hours Schools Muhammad Kasujja, okujuna abeetaaga kano kaba kabonero akooleka okulumirirwa n'okuyimirira awamu n'abeera afunye ebizibu n'okumuwa essuubi.
Buno tusazeewo okutalaaga ekitundu kyaffe kino ekya Bwayise na Bweru nazo okulaba nga tuyonja ekitundu kyaffe nga tuyita mu nkola eya bulungi bwansi. Enkola eno eya bulungi bwansi abantu abasinga baali bagisudde mu kuuka, naye nga yenkola ye bw'oba ogitunuulidde yenkola eyeyitibwangamu okutereeza n'okuyonja ebitundu byaffe. Kati ffe ng'aba Happy Hours Secondary School olwaleero twesoboddeyo bwantoogo okulaba nga tuyonja ekitundu kyaffe kino ekya Nabweru wano mu Kafunda. Tugezezzaako okuyonjaawo, tugezezzaako okuyonja ebifo bingi ebiri e Bwayise Dembe Market.
Y'omusirikale w'obwannannyini akuuma ku kizimbe kya Mukono Mall ekizimbibwa e Mukono agudde ku muvubuka abadde akuŋŋaanya ebipapula bya sementi ssaako n'ebibokisi n'amukuba amasasi mu kifuba ng'ono afudde yakatuusibwa ku ddwaliro lya Mukono General Hospital.
Okusinziira ku batuuze betusanze mu kifo awattiddwa omuvubuka ategereseeko eri amaseruka aze n'ekikutiya kye mwabadde akuŋŋaanyiza bokisi ssaako n'obucupa. Omukuumi w'obwannannyini akuuma ku kizimbe kya Mukono Mall n'agezaako kumubuuza ky'abadde ayagala ku kizimbe Maserika abadde akyannyonnyola. Omukuumi n'ava mu mbeera n'amukuba essasi.
Ngedde kuba mbadde mbajjeeko ebirowoozo ngenza okulaba nga basowaganyeemu omuvubuka kwe kufubutuka okuddu abadde ayita mu lukubo lw'ekizimbe addukake wansi ebiveera byabiressaawo ne bamukuba amasasi mu mugongo gayise mu kifuba ne gakwata oluggi n'adduka ekiwalazima n'asale kubo n'agwa wansi. Naye tulowooza nti abagagga bakozesa abantu abo baali badde n'obukugu obumala.
Halima Nakazi nga yabadde akozesa Maseruka ku mulimu gw'okwoza engoye annyonnyola lwe yasembye okumulaba.
Makya ku ssaawa 12:00 n'angamba nkomyewo omulimu gwange ngwagala nzize kukola ne mugana asanze engolola kuba nkeera nkola bwa dobbi ne mugamba soko lindeko malogola tulyoke tuwoze n'angamba kale kanjira mpenja y'ebibokisi wano n'obucupa nkomewo ku ssaawa nga 2 ng'omaze okukola ki ogolola tuwoze ngenzi mbadde nkyali awo ku ssaawa nga 5 nga bangamba ono batwalira ebicupa ajati batwalira ebibokisi nti Maseruka mukozi waffe bamusse wali ku display.
Abantu ab'enjawulo betusanze mu kifo we bakubidde omuvubuka ono amasasi ssaako ne ku ddwaliro abadde omulambo bavumiridde ekikolwa ky'omusirikale ono.
Batezaalabise naye lwe ziba zaalabise engoye ng'obudde bonna abuteeka ku ngoye ze n'ayoza engoye n'ayoza engatto ze kwegamba nga talina buzibu lwatambuddemu okugenda okuwenjamu ku bucupa asikali n'amukuba amasasi n'amutta. Naye akaveera n'obucupa bw'oba olaba ng'oli mukuumi w'amateeka kissa omuntu.
Enkola y'abasikali gye bakolamu si eteekeddwa okukola ki okukolebwa. Omuntu wabanga abadde alonda bipapula nsonga kye mukubya ebipapula kasasiro ate bakola bulungi bwansi kuba balonda n'abakasasiro.
Emirimu bagirwe ku myaka egy'emirembe naye ennaku zino bayingiriza abaana abato ddala atamanyi kyakola.
Oluvannyuma poliisi okuva ku poliisi enkulu e Mukono ezze n'ekwata omusirikale ono n'emutwala ku poliisi nga n'okunoonyereza bwe kugenda mu maaso. Ekizimbe kino ewabadde enjege eno Kinyana Mpindi ne poliisi enkulu ey'e Mukono.
ye Sheikh Mohammed Sentongo bw'abadde ku mukolo gw'empaka z'okuyimba ssaako n'okusoma Quran ezitegekeddwa ekitongole kya UBC asabye bannayuganda okukozesa ekiseera kino ekya Ramadan okudda eri Katonda. Empaka zino zitegekebwa buli mwaka nga guno mulundi gwa 11.
فالملقيات ذكرى عذرا أو نذرا إنما توعد لواقع فإذ
Obujjumbize mu mirimu egisitula ekitiibwa kya Allah y'emu ku mpagi esinga obukulu mu bulamu obw'omuntu yenna. Omulanga guno gubakubiddwa Sheikh Mohammed Sentongo bw'abadde ayogerako eri enkuyanja y'abantu aba Allah abeetabye mu mpaka ez'okusoma Quran eziyindidde wano ku UBC.
Nteko bwe njagadde mpe baganda bange abasiraamu abali eyo abandaba n'okumpuliriza kwe kubeera nti ekisiibo kino mu butuufu omuntu yandisaanye empeera ezikirimu zonna zifune mu bujjuvu. Naye nga bw'omanyi nti ffe tuli batonde, kizibu nnyo okugamba nti nze sijja kwonoona, sijja kusobya. Katonda waffe yatwagala nnyo ng'ayagala okusiiba kuno enjala ereme kutulumira bwereere n'ennyonta ereme kutulumira bwereere, ate era ng'atumanyi titusobola okuseerera.
Ate ye munnamulire wa UBC Farida Ali Kulumba ku lw'abateesiteesi ab'empaka zino eza Quran memorization agamba nti abantu basaanye betukuze mu kaseera nga kano ak'ekiseera ekya Ramadan Karim.
Si weevaayo n'eteekateeka empaka zino eba teyambyeko basiraamu kwenyagira mpeera kyokka naye n'okulaba nti tuyambako okubeera nga tukubiriza abantu okukwata Quran mu mutwe kulw'okubanga empaka zino ze tuteekateeka wano ku UBC za Quran ya mu mutwe. Ekitegeeza nti bw'oba oyagala okuzeetabamu naawe okufuuka omuwanguzi olina okulaba nti Quran ogissa wano mu mutwe. So UBC eba etaddemu amaanyi okulaba nga nayo eyina ettaffaali lyetadde ku muntu oyo yenna ayagala okwetaba mu mpaka zino okulaba ng'akwata Quran mu mutwe.
Ate bo abamu ku miti emito egyetabye mu nteekateeka zino bino bye batutegeezezza.
Okusoma Quran vakanyanya insana min ala kompitingamiza bakaja Quran.
Kinajjukirwa nti empaka zino zaakamala emyaka 10 mirambirira nga zitegekebwa ekitongole kino ekya UBC era nga zino za mulundi gwa 11 nga ze zisookedde ddala okuva mu kiseera eky'omuggalo. Wabula enkomerero y'empaka zino ku ntikko yakubeerawo ng'ennaku z'omwezi 28 omwezi guno ogwokuna wano ku UBC. Ndi Ongeso Godwin Mark kulwa
Twesimye okuba ng'obadde naffe olunaku olwaleero. Nze Malaria Nakitene na Yusufu Ssenyomo ali ku lulimi olw'obubonero. Tusinkane olunaku olw'enkya ssaawa emu.
Choose our with Airtel Money Quick Loans. Get a top-up loan when you have insufficient funds to buy airtime, pay utility bills, or make payments at a local supermarket. Complete your transaction and pay later. Dial *185 *7 *10# to opt in. Get an Airtel Money Quick Loan and pay later. Choose our with Airtel Money Quick Loans in partnership with Housing Finance Bank and powered by Yabex. Airtel, the smartphone network.
COVID-19 is still here with us. As Professor Maggie Chigozi states, the time is now for all of us to get vaccinated.
When we have one person who's not vaccinated, it affects everybody around them, most especially the ones close to you. Keep your family safe. Anyone right now who's over 18 should go and get vaccinated.
Because of the new COVID-19 circulating variants like Omicron, it is very important for all of us to be